Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. Many thousands face the same challenges every day and solve them with Globus. So what's Globus? So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. With the Globus platform, you can easily incorporate robust capability. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. And if the data is sensitive, no problem. Globus can be used to manage protected data. With Globus, you can easily share your data without having to move it or copy it. With Globus, subscribers can easily move and share. And if you have any more questions about Globus, visit Globus. So how can you get started using Globus? Anyone can use Globus right now for free to transfer files between Globus-enabled systems. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. More than 150,000 registered users rely on Globus. So what's Globus? It's a secure, reliable service.
Weird. Super weird. Yeah, I don't know. Like, OBS decided, no, I don't actually need a microphone. Oh, cool. All sorts of stuff isn't working. Okay, it's there on the input. There it is. It's gonna be that kind of day, apparently. Welcome, 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 Cauldron of Bats. Welcome, Little Body Fun with the first. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the lurkers and the bots and the people watching on the Chatterino who don't count for some reason, and all y'all, and the people watching on the bod, all y'all. Do 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 do. Um, there's it's backwards, but that's my signed copy of electronic dance music from deviant subculture to culture industry. From the homie Professor Q. I really appreciate it. I have very few signed books, so it was like when I opened it and I first saw the one page and I was like, oh, he didn't sign it. And then he next page and oh, he signed it. Uh all right. So couple of things you'll notice the background. The background comes from Old Lobster. Uh dropped that into the Discord and I thought, that's a good vibe. I like that vibe. This bit over there. Um, that's one that I made. And then if you were here for the intro, you saw a couple of my pictures, a couple of Old Lobster's pictures from the Discord as well. Thank you very much, as always, to them for being a tremendous value and member of the community and all the other positive words I could possibly say about them. And then there's Ferris. And then there's Ferris. right, so there is a...
We are the
Oh!
Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Resistance is futile. We are...
Welcome, Frizzleites, Frizzleians, Magic School Busters. What up, Devil? What up, Libra? What up, Miss Frizzle? I appreciate y'all. Thank you. If y'all don't know me, I'm Globus the Elder. I talk about AI, automation, robots, the future, all this kind of stuff. And if you don't know Alt Miss Frizzle, that's your bad. Like, Alt Miss Frizzle's in like all the communities and like
The potential
just
and
awesome.
the peril here are huge.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Like, hey, Alt Miss Frizzle is one of like I want to say one of the first people that I like started seeing on the regular when I got into Twitch, and there are certain people when you go around to a new Twitch channel and it's like, what's going on here, what's the vibe, you don't really know, and then you see, oh, it's all Miss Frizzle, okay, we're cool, like all the guards come down, you just chill, it's a good space. So absolutely shout out Miss Frizzle. Serious scritches, sorry. Okay, I need my hand, I gotta work. So welcome, Raiders. As I was just saying, we got a big news day today, so we have a lot to get to. We are going to power through the news articles. I have them organized in a format. Yeah, no, podcast mode is how most of my people watch me, so I appreciate you. Got a lot of news to get to, a lot of articles. Once we have smashed through the articles, then we will make with the video. And we have a few videos. We're going to start out with the shorter ones. Right on. I remember the Robo Sapien. Yeah, they were teaching us how to love the robots, right? How to welcome our robot overlords. All right, so we're going to start with we're going to do the opposite of what James does. We're going to start off with the dark and gradually head towards the light, okay? We're going to start off with the doomer stuff and then head towards the light. So if it gets a little heavy, remember, there will be a light. We're going to head into the light, Carol Ann. All right. First off, Israel quietly embeds AI systems in deadly military operations. Selecting targets for airstrikes and executing raids can now be conducted with unprecedented speed, according to Army officials. The Israel Defense Force have started using artificial intelligence to select targets for airstrike and organize wartime logistics as tensions escalate in the occupied territories. In the occupied territories and with arch rival Iran, excuse me. Got too much Americanism there. Though the military won't comment on specific operations, officials say that it now uses an AI recommendation system that can crunch huge amounts of data to select targets for airstrikes. Ensuing raids can then be rapidly assembled with another artificial intelligence model called Fire Factory, which uses data about military-approved targets to calculate munitions loads, prioritize and assign thousands of targets to aircraft and drones, and propose a schedule. And I guess that's it. I really can't recommend enough if you have access to Netflix, then watching Unknown Killer Robots is important. Like, this is, and we're going to get more into that, this is the worst possible application that I can think of for artificial intelligence, and especially in the realm of AI safety, and as we're trying to go towards aligned AI with human values, and what kind of human values are these, right? So there's the good and the bad of this next article, right? If you know me, you know that I consider all states bastards, right? All states are bastards. I don't care about your favorite country. It acts in a way that is authoritarian and problematic, is the nicest way that I can say that. So there's a few things we're going to touch on around this. We got this article and then a Twitter post that I made the other day. China mandates that AI must follow core values of socialism. China has released new guidelines on generative AI services, limiting their public use while encouraging industrial development. Reuters reported the Cyberspace Administration of China softened its stance compared to draft rules in April. These new interim regulations will take effect on August 15th. The guidelines only affect organizations offering generative AI services to the public. Other entities developing the same technology but not for mass market use do not fall under the measures. Okay. And then the rest of this is some history. So we're going to go right to the tweet at this point. So this is from Fortune Magazine. China just gave the world a blueprint for reining in ChatGPT and AI, right? But this particular quote jumped out at me from that is, exempt from the regulations are generative AI research, good, and technologies developed for use in other countries. This is inevitably going to be a problem that I have. If it's not something that you allow in your space, but you're fine with it being in other spaces, then what is going on there? Right? Like the fact that you cannot access TikTok as it exists in the United States within China, right? Like they have their own version, which is far more heavily regulated. And again, the interactions between countries are complex. They have a lot of historical elements to them that might not be readily apparent, and they are not for your armchair. If you want to talk about international politics, I highly recommend you learn a lot about international politics so that you can actually have a qualitative discussion. What up, Lenny? Welcome, welcome, welcome. There's another G right there. Lenny. Huge supporter of the channel. So the AI arms race between companies is terrible, right? Like, if you're concerned about AI safety, if you're concerned about like where we're going, and making these safe for safe, but for people to use, the proper guardrails so that we don't end up with a potentially, runaway AGI in the future, even if you don't necessarily think that such a thing is possible. I'm not going to argue with you. It's still good. The safety measures in place for that scenario are still good for everyone, right? And if your motivation is to capture market share and be first to market and occupy these spaces and be the AI, then you are not thinking about safety as much as you should be. Now, OpenAI recently came out with, their proposal of dedicating 20% of its current available compute to developing AI safety, and that's good. They have a 4-year timeline, so that gives you an impression of what they think that time frontier looks like before we get to needing that kind of AI safety. But unless everyone plays by those rules, then someone, like you can see right here, Twitter's XAI, Elon Musk program, he's specifically voicing desires to have a truth-seeking AI, which, what's your definition of truth, right? Like, where are you coming from when you say something like that? And given his behavior on Twitter, we all have a public example of what his barometer for truth is, right? Is that a fair assessment? An arms race between countries is terrible, plus military forces. Weaponized AI is the most terrifying thing I can think of. The steel line from Hardcore History is a blueprint for Armageddon. I really enjoy Dan Carlin's presentation. He is like the not Alex Jones, right? Like it's the way that he talks. And it's in Blueprint for Armageddon is readily available like all over the place. And what Blueprint for Armageddon talks up is the lead up to World War I and the way that countries behaved interacting with each other and interacting with a new technology. History does not repeat. You know that. You should know that, and if you don't know that, I just told you. It does often rhyme, however. And listening to his series, Blueprint for Armageddon, is definitely of value if you want to know the way that countries behave around new technology, interacting with each other. And then these assholes. Palantir is one of those companies that should scare the hell out of you, right? Like, they are they are a tool of the administratum, you know what I mean? They do all the worst applications of technology that you can think of. Palantir is like right there, and it's Peter Thiel, and Palantir is if you've seen or read Tolkien, Palantir is that fucking ball. Like, it's not even subtle, right? Like, So anyways, there's this
20 years ago, this was like From Mars freak show, all these views. The West must defend itself. The people producing this thing called software must be aligned with our government. We should not allow software institutions, to sell to our adversaries, but not sell to the U.S. government. The world would become disjointed and more violent. Simultaneously, startups would rise and become a very large in terms of market cap and footprint, and that these software companies, Palantir, and I hope others someday, will change the course of history as you've seen, and are in ways that no one believes, or some ways that are classified. 20 years ago, this was.
Okay, I don't know what world that this individual lives in, but I was here 20 years ago, and these are not From Mars freak show views, right? Like, neoliberals have been talking about the West must defend itself since, at the very least, what? Eisenhower? Right? Maybe even before that? Right? And then it's been the continuous refrain. This is not new. This is not special. This has been the thing. I mean, like, how often did Reagan speak about the evil empire? Moving on. As an example of that, in the aftermath of the China Initiative, a survey finds that a third of Chinese scientists feel unwelcome in the U.S. A small team of biostatisticians and engineers from Princeton, Harvard, and MIT has found by a survey that Chinese scientists working in the U.S. no longer feel welcome in the country. Remember we looked at that example of how the United States was doing a brain drain on China because of how many Chinese citizens were coming here to do their post-grad work and then staying, right? Now a third of them feel disenfranchised, and they will go home and bring their knowledge with them. Now, if you're looking for a status quo kind of environment, that kind of gives you that, but none of this is good. None of this is good. The rapid onset of artificial intelligence in the military, not just the American military, but the Israeli military, what I'm going to assume is happening in the Chinese military to their ability, because they're ranked number 2 in the world in AI. This is a problem. This is a serious goddamn problem. What up, Sarah? They pull the IT sector, they find the same thing according to my Chinese coworkers. I would agree. Like, and what is the China Initiative? Back in 2018, the Trump administration set up what has come to be known as the Chinese Initiative, a program designed to seek out Chinese spies working in the U.S. One of its main goals was to look for spies working in academia, which when found would... I had a glitch in my Chatterino. Okay, you're back. Which when found would reduce supposed technology transfer from U.S. to China. Now, again, the nature of international relations are complex, and a country is going to attempt to leverage whatever it can in order to protect whatever perceived benefit it might have. At the same time, look at this in this similar context of what happened back in the 40s and 50s related to communists under every stone, and in that kind of thinking. Like, this is not what we need. I understand, Sarah. I really do about the unknown killer robots. Like, it is. But you can't pretend it's not happening. This is the thing. You can't pretend these things aren't happening. As much as I would like to, you think like I want to go back to just when everything was fun. Let's watch memes of the presidents playing Minecraft again. It was never going to happen. It was only a matter of time. As part of the initiative, the U.S. Department of Justice began arresting suspected academic spies and attempting to prosecute them. Most such efforts failed due to lack of evidence. It's weird, right? Like when you send your police force without evidence to go arrest foreign nationals in your country, it's it's weird, right? It's kind of weird. Secret police, all that good stuff. We talk shit about that, right? As Americans, patriotic Americans. The China initiative was canceled when President Biden won the 2020 election, but as the researchers with this new effort have found, the initiative has had lingering effects. Like, weird, right? Like when you persecute a group of people based upon intrinsic characteristics, they might hold a fucking grudge. That's bizarre. That is wild. During the initiative, Chinese and even Chinese American scientists working in the U.S. fell under suspicion regardless of their activities or work. This resulted in fear of groundless prosecution, which led many Chinese scientists to leave the U.S. or to at least consider doing so. It also, and this is the other, like this is a huge problem. Okay? It's a huge problem. It also led to greatly reduced communications between scientists in the U.S. collaborating with colleagues in China, a trend that has continued even after the cancellation of the initiative. In this new effort, the research team wanted to discover how Chinese and Chinese American scientists are feeling about working and or living in the U.S. This is like AI. All right, I don't know who that is that you're banned in. So, Volvet Chess, welcome in. Behave yourself, and you won't have a problem. Cool, cool. So, this yeah, this is a problem, right? Like AI is not something that is going to affect a country or a segment of the world. AI is something that is going to drastically change the way that the entire world functions, whether you have AI or not, right? Like how nuclear weapons reframed the way the entire world functions, whether you had them or you didn't. Research team then created and sent out a survey aimed at learning more about how Chinese and Chinese American scientists are feeling about working and living in the U.S. They received 1,304 replies, and after studying them, found that over a third of the respondents reported feeling unwelcome in the U.S., and 72% reported feeling unsafe. Also, 86% of them reported finding it more difficult to recruit top tier international students compared to 5 years prior. Like, I'm all about a big talent pool. What are you doing? All this territorial pissing, imaginary lines in the dirt, all that crap is just And in today's episode of Oh Now You're Concerned, misleading AI-generated content a top concern among state election officials for 2024. Efforts to deceive the public about voting in elections remain a top concern for state election officials as they dig into preparations for the 2024 election. Misinformation and the emergence of generative artificial intelligence tools to create false and misleading content were cited in interviews with several secretaries of state gathered recently for their national conference. The other top concerns were staffing and the loss of experienced leaders overseeing elections at the local level. The officials were gathered in Washington for the annual summer conference of the National Association of Secretaries of State. This is like because people did a whoopsie on January 6th and none of the people in charge of the whoopsie were held accountable for their behavior. They and their minions went back and put pressure in a variety of ways, all the way up until some highly illegal shit. Like, there was a plan to kidnap a governor. Right? And yeah, maybe it was just a couple of guys, right? Maybe. But you have people who are continuously out here running their mouth Oh, we got a gift. Plan to kidnap a governor. Yeah, it was Michigan, right? Yeah. If you didn't know, as opposed to getting like, you know, a better pay rate from Twitch, they gave us a free emote. It's a global animated emote. That's much better. This is literally the pizza party of emotes. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of wild over here. I don't know where you're from, Volvet, but it's kind of wild. It is kind of wild. But yeah, like the people who did the bad are not being punished, and therefore people will continue to do the bad. That's what we're looking at. And now it's the AI that is going to do the thing, right? Forgive me if I'm wrong, and I'm not, but forgive me if I'm wrong. But we have literal decades of misinformation and then a huge amount of disinformation around certain people. Not even just the dude who says that he did not lose the election, but at the same time can run for another presidential election. The point is that nobody's getting, there's no downside. I believe that they went to jail, if I recall correctly. Not to get too far off base, but I'm sure if I look here. Oh, not just a couple of guys. We've got 3 guilties, 2 pleaded guilties, and we got 2 not guilties, another guilty, okay, And then, another guilty down here. Materially aiding a terrorist and and gang membership. Yeah, check that wiki link, Letty. That will give you all of the thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, like there's actually I got a song, right? Like let me go find the song real quick. Check the link. I don't want to get too off base here, but actually, can I find it? Can I find it on here? Now, let me find it on YouTube. All right, give me a second. Boop. Boop. So there was this band called Moxie Fruvis, and they're they're Canadian, right? And they the lead singer turned out to be problematic, okay? But they had this song, and they're Canadian, right?
I like to keep it in the refrigerator. Keeps the butter dry and the eggs quicker. Let me be American gladiator. A letter to you from where I've been holed up in this bucolic agrarian compound, one step ahead of the government bloodhound. The gas is out.
And I don't recall exactly when this song came out, but it was a minute ago, you know, maybe the late '90s or something. So yeah, militias have been an issue in Michigan for long enough that the Canadians felt that they could write a comedy song about it. So yeah, while generating stuff with AI misinformation, exactly. While generating misinformation with AI could be considered a problem, like we have been the song or the militias, right? Like I know militias have been around for a minute, but yeah, no, we're gonna take all that stuff and we're gonna put it away because we're doing AI. We're gonna stay on target. We're gonna stay focused. We got a lot to get through. Okay. But yeah, you know, I think this is a big story going, and it far outweighs all this other stuff that we're talking about here at this conference with regard to cybersecurity and, trusted sources and on and on. Federal government shouldn't be in there telling Americans what they can and can't hear, see, believe, Google, that sort of thing. So hopefully we're going to get it straightened out. And that's from West Virginia Secretary of State Mac Warner. Yeah, no, I was referring to the song. But yeah, no, they go all the way back. If you saw the name of that group, you could see where they got their inspiration from. I just I don't know.
The potential and the peril here are huge.
Thank you for the follow. I don't know. I don't know what we're going to do around misinformation. I don't know what we're going to do around people who believe misinformation. I don't know what we're going to do when, like, the person who's on trial for doing illegal stuff running for president is spouting off misinformation, and the other people in his party also running for president are fine with the misinformation. They just don't like him in particular. As always, if you want to dig into these articles more, you want to read more about them, they'll be in the Discord, so make sure that you are in the Discord. The link is right there. There are no rules in the Discord. Don't make me put rules in the Discord. All right. Now we pull up. We pull up out of the doom and we start looking at some of the positive. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Study finds ChatGPT boosts worker productivity for some writing tasks. A new report by MIT researchers highlights the potential of generative AI to help workers with certain writing assignments. Amid a huge amount of hype, I'm going to pull some shit just so the Discord isn't sweaty. Take showers, bro. Right? I'm an old school anarchist. We take showers. Amid a huge amount of hype around generative AI, a new study from researchers at MIT sheds light on the technology's impact on work, finding that it increased productivity for workers assigned tasks like writing cover letters, delicate emails, and cost-benefit analyses. The tasks in the study weren't quite replicas of real work. They didn't require precise factual accuracy or context about things like a company's goals or a customer's preferences. Still, a number of the study's participants said the assignments were similar to things they'd written in their real jobs, and the benefits were substantial. Access to the assisted chatbot ChatGPT decreased the time it took workers to complete tasks by 40%, and output quality, as measured by independent evaluators, rose by 18%. So leaving aside the business aspect of it, right? Like, because I get that, I feel you. Whatever it is that you're doing, and this is a primary message for anyone new. If you haven't been here before, you don't know my vibe around this, right? Get rid of any people who aren't down with it. You're welcome to stay. I'm not saying you got to leave, but I know how people are, right? My politics are what generally are referred to as left wing. I look at artificial intelligence as removing all labor. That is my goal with artificial intelligence. I want artificial intelligence, robots, automation, all these things to do all the work. I want resources distributed via algorithm where they are needed, which it finds out faster and in this same model that is already being used by places like Walmart and Amazon. The distribution system for the globe, driven by what I'm going to assume Maersk is going to come up with. Maersk, the shipping company, Maersk. If you've ever been at a railroad stop waiting for the train to go by, you've probably seen some of their cargo containers. That company wants to automate end to end on the supply chain. That is what I'm looking for. And then for the people, satisfy all their material needs. The bottom 3 rungs of Maslow's hierarchy, done. And then people can buy AI art, or they can buy human art. They can buy any kind of AI created media, or they can buy human created media. Whatever aesthetic appeals to you. I gotta figure out how to make it stop making that noise. It's a little too happy for me. What we can say for sure is generative AI is going to have a big effect on white-collar work. I think what our study shows is that this kind of technology has important applications in white-collar work. It's a useful technology, but still too early to tell if it will be good or bad or how exactly it's going to cause society to adjust. I can tell you how society is going to adjust because it's happening already. People like friend of the channel, Jana Splinters, is looking to get out of legal, right? I believe they are a paralegal or something along, some sort of legal assistant, because the legal industry is moving to AI. We're going to cover a variety of stories about how the industry, all white collar industry, is moving towards AI. Go check out the Discord and you will see all the articles and all the videos of automation in action that's accelerating. Could you not? Could you just not? These are my friends. My friends who don't watch my channel. You're more my friends than my friends are my friends. What do we got next? Your employer is probably, from the leftists over at The Economist, your employer is probably unprepared for artificial intelligence. That is bad news for your earnings and the broader economy. To understand the impact that artificial intelligence may have on the economy, consider the tractor. Historians disagree about who invented the humble machine. Some say it was Richard Trevithick, a British engineer, in 1812. Others argue that it was John Frelich, working in South Dakota in the early 1890s, has a better claim. Still others point out that few people used the word tractor until the start of the 20th century. All agree, though, that the tractor took a long time to make a mark. In 1920, just 4% of American farms had one. Even by the 1950s, less than half had tractors. Speculation about the consequences of AI for jobs, productivity, and quality of life is at fever pitch. The tech is awe-inspiring, and yet AI's economic impact will be muted unless millions of firms beyond Silicon Valley adopt it. That would mean far more than using the odd chatbot. Instead, it would involve the full-scale reorganization of businesses and their in-house data. The diffusion of technological improvement is arguably as critical as innovation for long-term growth. Just tried to get my boomer coworkers to attend a half-hour intro to ChatGPT so they could understand how their employees are going to use it, and no one cares. I feel that so hard. I feel that so hard. Yeah, this is the Twitch Retirement Home 2 subdivision of the James's Twitch Retirement Home and the AI commiseration space, because only we appreciate in any way what is happening. The importance of diffusion is illustrated by Japan and France. Japan is unusually innovative, producing on a per-person basis more patents a year than any country bar South Korea. Japanese researchers can take credit for the innovation of the QR code, the lithium-ion battery, and 3D printing, but the country does a poor job of spreading new tech across its economy. Tokyo is far more productive than the rest of the country. Cash still dominates. In the late 2010s, only 47% of large firms use computers to manage supply chains, compared with 95% in New Zealand. According to our analysis, Japan is roughly 40% poorer than would be expected based on its innovation. France is the opposite. Although its record on innovation is average, it is excellent at spreading knowledge across the economy. In the 18th century, French spies stole engineering secrets from... You are all over the place with your examples, my dude. Horror stories abound. In 2017, a third of Japanese regional banks still used COBOL. Jesus. A programming language invented a decade before man landed on the moon. Last year, Britain imported more than £20 million worth of floppy disks, mini disks, and cassettes. A fifth of rich world firms do not even have a website. Governments are often the worst offenders, insisting, for instance, on paper forms. We estimate that bureaucracies across the world spend $6 billion a year on paper and printing, about as much in real terms as in the mid-1990s. The result is a two-tiered economy. Firms that embrace tech are pulling away from the competition. In 2010, the average worker at Britain's most productive firms produced goods and services worth £98,000 in today's money, which had risen to £108,500 by 2019. Those at the worst firms saw no rise. In Canada in the 90s, frontier firms' productivity growth was about 40% higher than non-frontier firms. From 2000 to 2015, it was 3 times as high. A book by Tim Kohler of McKinsey, the fucking McKinsey people, a consultancy, and colleagues finds after ranking firms according to return on invested capital, the 75th percentile had a return 20 percentage points higher than the median in 2017, double the gap in 2000. Some companies see huge gains from buying new tech, many see none at all. So what does this mean? Do you like monopolies? Because this is how you get monopolies. Yeah, fax machines? Are you kidding me with the fax machines? Are you seriously kidding me with the fax machines? Like when I got a new phone. Where's my new phone? There's my new phone. Right? I held out as long as I could. My old phone started being weird, and I need a phone because it's the 21st century. The entire process, they literally sent me the documents, and then I signed them with my finger on my phone, and then they had them. Like, that was the deal. So what's going to happen with the accelerating technology, the companies that adopt and can implement and make best use of these new technologies around AI are going to accelerate away from, like, just looking at this is before AI, like, not before AI. We've had machine learning and algorithms and other forms of AI for quite some time, right? But you can see here how from 1998 up to 2019, they are continually heading away, right? We don't care about the dips, we care about the trend. So we draw a line between this point and this point, or even better, from this point to this point, the trend goes up. This technology is going to make it so that that trend accelerates. When they're talking, like in the previous article, about a 40% increase, I understand it's not good math, but we're going to round that up to 50% for easy math, okay? That is a 50% increase in work speed. Right? So if you were able to do 2 whatevers in a day, you would now be able to do 3. And what normally would take you 3 days to get to 6, it now takes you 2 days. So that's an entire extra day. That kind of acceleration allows you to accomplish more work than your competitors in the same time frame. I hope all that example made sense. I didn't want to get into something necessarily specific. I wanted to keep it general so that you can understand, like, the level that we're talking about. And it's possible to do it much faster already. And this, again, I'm not talking about what is going to happen in 10 years. I'm talking about what is happening now. Right now. It's happening right fucking now. A friend of mine, it's anecdotal, take it for what it's worth. A friend of mine had someone who had a process of at work that took them hours to do. We'll get to that later. Right? Like, it took them hours to do it because they had to go into different places and do different things and check boxes. They used ChatGPT to write some code that allows them to push one button and do the entirety of that process. So from hours to seconds. Because there's so much. Look at your job. If you are working, right? If you are a working person and you interact with the computer, right? Look at how much stuff you have to do that requires you to flip back and forth and, like, copy paste information and put stuff in different places, and it's 2 different systems, so it's doing it weird, and you gotta reformat it when you put it in the other place and all this kind of crap. What up, 2023? Take that and reduce it to push one button. I just did 2 performance reviews with ChatGPT Code Interpreter today, fed it the polls and job descriptions, and it told me where to fill in the blanks. And the next step beyond that is for it to fill in the blanks for you. My job has been in the last year trying to deploy AI to help us. All it's doing is making more work for us because it's garbage. Not claiming all AI is garbage, but government business trying to get by cheaply is going to get the worst stuff. This is true. And this is why we're going to talk a little bit later about the AI bubble. Right? There is always going to be a question of quality, and there's going to be a question of implementation. Right? And for better or worse, when dealing with government, the old regulations from, like 1920 that impact today's technology can make it difficult to implement. Like, how many of you, when the pandemic hit, were eligible for unemployment and filed for unemployment and participated in the overload of your state's unemployment? I'm not saying that we can flip a switch and tomorrow everybody's fired. I'm saying that we are on a trend line that leads in a unfortunately short amount of time to all of us being unemployed. Broad brush, but you get me. If you participated in filing for unemployment and you overloaded your state's unemployment insurance website, this is an example of that process in action, right? What this person is talking about in this article. They don't adapt, they don't update, they don't care. Right? There are portions of our electrical grid being run on Windows 3.11. And if you don't know what that means, it's older than Windows 95, and Windows 95 came out in 95. That was big that year. All the software had like 95 written on it. So yeah. All right. So here's some dipshit from. He's a CEO. He's the Expedia chairman, right? In addition to the IAC. I'm not sure what the IAC is. I will claim ignorance on that one, but I can find out because internet and people who put hyperlinks in their articles are cool like that. It's an internet company. They work on the computer there. The company's segments include Dotdash Meredith, Angie Inc., Search and Emerging, and other. Its Dotdash Meredith segment consists of its digital and print businesses. Through its digital business, it provides original and engaging digital content in a variety of formats, including articles, illustrations, videos, and images. So this is one of the shadow companies that produces content for the internet. Oh, I have it here, buddy. I have it here. That looks like it hurt. Like you used to be up here, and now you're down here. You must not be doing CEOing very well. Let's see what you have to say. This is a supervillain. Barry Diller is a supervillain. Look at that. Tell me I'm wrong. Prolonged Hollywood strikes could lead to an absolute collapse, says Barry Diller. Failing to resolve the dual strikes of the Writers and Screen Actors Guild in Hollywood will lead to devastating effects if it's not settled soon. I do agree with that. But settling soon seems unlikely, Diller said, since there's no trust between the parties. I also agree with that. Diller specifically addressed artificial intelligence in the interview, which he called overhyped to death in terms of the impact it will have on writers and screen actors' jobs. I don't know. A lot of people seem mad about the intro to the Secret Invasion series, and that, like, they used the AI in the most ethical way possible, other than possibly, I'm not vouching for how its data set was put together because we don't know, and we'll have to wait to find out. If the studio executives and guilds can't reach an agreement for several more months, there will be fewer programs for consumers to watch. Very good. That's you're smart, which will lead to canceled streaming subscriptions and reduced revenue for the entertainment industry. That's why they're on strike. You got it. That means that by the time the strikes are settled, there won't be enough money to ramp programs back up. Okay, let Bollywood and China take over instead of paying what you owe. I dare you, Mr. CEO. What up, ATS? Yeah, like, I love when people are like, the strike is making strike things happen, and therefore I am unhappy. It's you got a solution, right? Sit down at the table and have a conversation. Diller said to ease the despair. Oh, I'm sorry. He pointed to existential issues, including the rise of artificial intelligence, on which the guilds have said they want input on how it will be used, as well as pay disparities between the top and bottom earners in the industry. Diller said to ease the disparity, top studio executives and top paid actors could take a 25% pay cut as a good faith measure to try and narrow the difference between those that get highly paid and those that don't. He also suggested there should be a September 1st settlement deadline. Okay, like, this is, like, at least setting a deadline of some kind sounds like a good step. But you got to put in the work. Make a phone call. You want to get, like, literally every movie about Hollywood that I've ever seen says get on the phone and make the deal. Like, work it out. Figure it out. You can do that. Writers will get assisted, not replaced. So the concern is, most of the actual performing crafts, I don't think they're in danger of artificial intelligence. I'm going to tell you why he's wrong. And for this, I'm going to lean into some of the argument of friend of the channel, James Frio. You might see him in Homozygotes chat or Matt Beans' chat. Let me just go back up here. Study sign 40%, right? Assigned writing, it has like writing cover letters. Now, cover letters are not creative, right? We get that. But here's our 40%. So the alternative to being able to do 50% more work as your competitor is to hire that much less staff, right? Because I can now divide an entirety of a person between two other people and accomplish the same amount of work, right? That is the concern that they have, is that you will hire fewer people to do the job, which means that we are currently set up for a gulf of showrunners in about, let's say, 20, maybe 30 years, right? In which point the terrain will be completely different. But all the people who should be getting their training, maybe not even that, But all the people who should be getting their training in the entry-level positions within the entertainment industry are not able to get those entry-level positions because they bring them in for a shorter period of time and have the people who make more money or have been there longer or all the other things are then the ones who do the part of the work that would have been done by those people, fixing it up, edits during the course of filming, these kind of things, And also think about how the people entering now are not getting near the level of depth, and depth of experience like previously. Exactly. Let's see what ATS sent us.
Now, with streaming, they've gotten rid of any of those performance-based tails of revenue that we participate in for a subscription fee that they collect, but we don't share any part of that revenue. They've tried to reconfigure and rewrite the proposals that we're just asking for basic human right protections to try to have the right to scan us, own our likeness in perpetuity, including after we're dead, use us in their movies without any consent, without any compensation to our performers, especially background performers. It's inhumane, it is dystopian, and it's very frightening because we just saw through the pandemic that performers help our culture survive through, for example, a once-in-a-generation or once-in-a-lifetime health emergency. And at a time when our value is clearer to the community than ever, it seems our employers want to diminish us more than ever. Now,
and respect to the strikers out there because it's hot. It's hot as fuck. And there's already a lack of jobs for the ones being available through nepotism. Yeah, like you have thinned what is available, and like nepotism nepotism has gone on forever. How many of you have gotten a job because you were recommended by a relative or a friend or whatever? You go to work where your people are already in, right? I mean, for my crew, that was what we would do. Somebody would get in at a good job and then gradually get the rest of us to fill in the slots, right? So I'm not necessarily against nepotism in that regard, but I also understand the dark side of nepotism, and especially when people who are incompetent are allowed into those positions. I also think AI is getting wrongly blamed. AI gets blamed for everything because it's a robot and it doesn't have a face. And instead of saying person used AI to do thing, they say AI did thing. Like the AI did anything other than sit there and wait until the person decided to type some words into it. Lazy plot stories, and it's not that. It's the conditions that are expected to create under to sacrifice to the capitalist overlords. Yep, I'm 38 years and old. I've had 20 jobs in my life. All of them came through nepotism. Silicon Scapegoat has a nice ranking. It's because it doesn't have a face. It doesn't need to eat. But it's just a tool. And it all right. Because this is not, I'm still on Facebook, so I don't care. All right. So, Andrew Feeney, Kevlin and C. Weber, whoever those people are, described ChatGPT as mansplaining as a service. And honestly, I can't think of a better description. a service that instantly generates vaguely plausible sounding yet totally fabricated and baseless lectures in an instant with unflagging confidence in its own correctness on any topic without concern, regard, or even awareness of the level of expertise of its audience. Okay? A friend of mine posted this, and they intended it, they intended it as like a different thing, and we worked that shit out. But this was my response. It's an embarrassingly bad description. I understand that some people are not fans at all of AI, machine learning, deep learning models that have come out. What is disappointing is how people have formed their opinions and their expressions of their opinions without any understanding of what they are, how they work, or how they can be utilized, and then write or draw embarrassing, for the creator, caricatures of what they think they know. By way of example, what up, Shakespeare? Let's say you have a collection of PDFs. They could be on any subject of interest, botany, history, etc. You can attempt to read those PDFs, which could take months, years, the rest of your life, depending on volume, for you to read. You could combine these PDFs into one, use the PDF Reader plugin for ChatGPT, and query that entire data set today. In the field of biology, the volume of new papers is high, so staying current can be challenging at best. So this provides a tremendous advantage to finding applicable data for your personal field of study. I know this because I spoke with a PhD candidate in biology about this very thing on my show. The making stuff up aspect comes from how the guardrails are set in place and how the chatbot is set up to provide you with answers. While inaccurate information is a problem, you can use procedures to eliminate those hallucinations, as well as properly forming your inputs or prompts. You can also tailor its responses to your level of expertise within those prompts. If you would actually like to understand what's happening with AI, I could recommend watching my show on Twitch or checking out the YouTube channels of AI Explained, Matt Wolf, or David Shapiro. If you don't, please spare the rest of us your ignorance and just be quiet rather than wrong. Exactly. I swear those camps of dudes where the on the blood flow. My first job my grandpa got me. One after that I followed a group. Ever since 2008 it's been random and just applying to hundreds of jobs and hoping I get something. Yeah, if ChatGPT is mansplaining as a service, it sounds like you're doing it wrong. It's on the menu, it's not the whole restaurant. Again, yeah, like, why do I get bad Google results? Have you ever stopped to learn actually how to Google? You can just type in a bunch of words and get results. Or you can try Googling in different ways and use quotes and pluses and all sorts of other characters in order to refine your search. There is a mountain of data available to you to teach you how to Google properly. Oh. Yeah, well, all those commas and crap, Sarah, are what makes... Exactly. World's first mass-produced humanoid robot to tackle labor shortages amid aging population. I'm not sure how I feel about this because, like, I don't know where, like, Boston Dynamics comes into all this, but somebody has announced a plan, a Chinese company, okay? The GR1 humanoid will be able to carry patients from the bed to wheelchairs and help pick up objects. In China, the number of people aged 60 and over will rise from 280 million to more than 400 million by 2035. To respond to the rising demand for medical services amid labor shortages and the aging population, a Shanghai-based firm, Fourier Intelligence, is developing a humanoid robot that can be deployed in healthcare facilities. Wait until that thing starts. No. He barely nudged that thing.
As we move forward, the entire GL1 could be a caregiver, could be a therapy assistant, can be a companion at home for the elderly who stay alone.
Who remembers Life Alert? I've fallen and I can't get up. Right? And then they have to do that whole thing. Exactly. The robot doesn't give a shit about your shit. Right? Any weird biological things that you have about maintaining the health of another human being, the robot doesn't come with any of that. There are so many things the robots could already be doing, but we didn't have the technology, and now we're there. And this isn't at Boston Dynamics level, but like, they're on the arc. They're like, you remember how many years ago was it that Boston Dynamics was like on this level?
What is so special about the GL1 is that this is the world's first mass-produced humanoid robotics. So we hope that this will be a platform that can be used for further research.
So they're getting there. They're behind by a few years, but they're getting there. And this is what's coming. Robot doesn't grow to resent your invalidity in old age, it just exists. Exactly. Yeah. The robot will be there on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? Like, all the weird human shit, the robots have none of that. Side note, I'd like a job as a robot harasser. I don't. No. They might keep you alive just to do the thing. I just need the robot to haul my mom to the doctor, even though she doesn't want to go. there is that. All right, another item on AI in education from Rose Luckin. Humans need to, yes, AI could profoundly disrupt education, but maybe that's not a bad thing. Humans need to excel at the things AI can't do, and that means more creativity and critical thinking and less memorization. Okay, one of the things, like, okay, we're going to do some history real quick. So, what language gave us as the species was the ability to transmit additional layers of knowledge from one entity to another entity. Okay? And then what writing gave us was the ability to transmit knowledge beyond a single generation. Right? You don't have to know everything. Language allows you to teach other people, and then you don't have to retain that knowledge. It can be written down and accessed when you need to know it. These are fundamental building blocks. These are the building blocks of language as they apply to our evolution as a species, right? Like, and why the technology, you cannot separate technology from our human development. Yeah, no, Lenny, we watched a few videos a long time ago, and dude lost like the bottoms of both his legs, and he's got two prostheses, and he is like, if he was wearing like shoes and his pants down and all that, you wouldn't have known. There would be nothing there to indicate otherwise, right? And that's where we are, like, and this was like a couple years ago, on a TED Talk, I believe. At the very least, it was earlier this year. All right, so now that we have developed the ability to write stuff down, the internet, well, we can take it a step back. The encyclopedia. There used to be this thing we had called the encyclopedia. You might still have them in the libraries at schools, which is it's kind of like Wikipedia but in book form. And this is how you used to get access to I'm only being a little condescending. This is how you used to get knowledge, right? Like you would go crack the encyclopedia, find the thing, and do the thing. And it was usually like Encyclopedia Britannica. And then they brought out Encarta, right? Encarta was your first home encyclopedia available on a disc. And now with the internet, Encarta 95, see? 95. NHL 95. Like, it was everywhere. There's something happened in 95. That was like a key year for the internet and all the things, the technology. The internet has increased the volume of the access to that information. What the internet is not good at is really being able to find the particular piece of information that you want quickly, right? Again, you can Google stuff, but you have to learn the language of Google. And we're talking about reducing friction. It is hard to get people to learn the language of Google. It is easy to get ChatGPT to learn the language of people. So then ChatGPT is the inevitable development on this same timeline, where you are going to be able to access all this information simply by speaking in a natural way. It fulfills the promise of every science fiction, the Star Trek, and everything else. Computer, find me the thing on the thing with the stuff. And it goes and it finds you the thing on the thing with the stuff. What did you say about the oral history? Mass literacy destroyed the oral history tradition entirely, wiped it out. Some anthropologists salvaged what they could in folklore texts, and folks don't even know to mourn. I don't want to say 100% like wiped it out, but it is an endangered species. I'm going to say that there are certain cultures that still embrace a certain level of oral tradition to retain that connection to the past within our modern context. Of course, you know, people who have a more traditional existence, like, won't have the technology and therefore won't lose that oral tradition. But yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And anyways, education strikes at the heart of what makes us human. It drives the intellectual capacity and prosperity of nations. It has developed the mind. I mean, I appreciate what you're doing, but give me the meat. We are being duped into believing these AI tools are far more intelligent than they are. A tool like ChatGPT has no understanding or knowledge. And this is like like this is the moving goalpost of intelligence, right? Like, what does intelligent mean to this person? And therefore that informs how they operate. It has no understanding or knowledge. Well, understanding is also debatable because that nice European lady with the bad German jokes, or maybe it's Dutch, I can't remember, feels that AI does have a level of understanding already, right? From their point of view. Like they make the argument that such is the case. And what is knowledge? Right? Knowledge, as far as I can tell, is the ability to access stored information, right? It merely, you know how I love just words, collates bits of words together based on statistical probabilities to produce useful text. It is an incredibly helpful assistant, but it's not knowledgeable or wise. It has no concept of how any of the words it produces relate to the real world. There's also people who would argue that point, and I believe AI Explained is one of those people, maybe even David Shapiro. The fact that it can pass on so many forms of assessment merely reflects that those assessments were not designed to test knowledge or an understanding. I'll give you, they weren't designed to test understanding. I kind of feel like they were actually designed to test knowledge, because that's what memorization is. I don't know, and I don't know that it matters, right? Like there are questions around that. Brian, deadass, the human ability to retain those stories, it's subverting by knowing it is written down. The Odyssey was once in that oral tradition, the Iliad as well. Could you imagine having those epic poems memorized, and dozens more at a time? Only pre-literate societies can pull that off, and that's okay. Agreed. Like, I have nothing but respect for the actor who has the entirety of a particular Shakespearean part mapped into their brain and can reproduce it on demand and make you feel some kind of way, right? The entire nature of the way that our brains function is related to that storytelling art. But there's a breadth of knowledge that people can use while at the same time only needing a small depth of it. And that's what the modern system provides to us, right? By way of example, there was, I can't remember what it's called specifically, but there was a part that was in my wife's car that was causing it to fuck up. Like, it was bad. And it had something to do with identifying the position of the camshaft. And what the camshaft does is it tells the pistons to go up and down, and you need the pistons to go up and down and do it the right way, otherwise the car fucks up. And I brought it to a guy who said, go see this guy. I went to see that guy, form of nepotism. I went to see that guy. That guy said, this is what you need. this is how much it's probably going to cost. You could have me do it. It will cost this amount. It was like 200 and some odd dollars. And he actually identified the wrong version of the part. I don't know if you know this about cars, but some of them stop. The engine stops when you're at the light, and then when you accelerate, it kicks the engine back on again. That part was significantly cheaper than the one for my wife's car, which doesn't do that. But he told me the part, so I was able to get it. And then the guy at the parts store, asked me the questions, what year, what model, blah, blah, blah. And then I was able to get the part, and I was able to go on YouTube and watch the video, and the video told me how to swap out the part. Now, normally that's a mechanic's job, right? Because you take it to the mechanic, and the mechanic fixes the shit. I needed just a little bit of knowledge on a very specific thing, and to be handy. Don't get me wrong. Not everyone is handy. Not everyone is confident in their ability to do stuff. But the more stuff you do, the more confident you become in your ability to do stuff. And especially, like, this was take off a bolt, pop this thing out, disconnect it from the electrical, put the new one in, attach it to the electrical, and put the bolt back in. It was really, like, simple. It was the hard part was getting the goddamn thing out of there, right? But I just needed a little bit of knowledge in a very specific use case, and I did not feel like going to a couple of years of mechanic school or however long it takes to learn to do that. But I was able to accomplish it with the knowledge base that already exists and is available to everyone. Now, don't get me wrong. There is some shit that you should not try. And you'll notice that I went to a mechanic, and then I went to another mechanic, and those mechanics talked me through this process. Like, what needed to be done and like that. And then the guy that I watched the video of, also a mechanic, right? Like, there is something to be said for area of expertise, right? And getting the knowledge from that. Not just eating a turbo with a car made less than you. You're graded for. What up, Miss Anita Bump? Were they satanic? I doubt it. Yeah, I don't like. I mean, I do. Because, and this is, do not do this. For whatever legal purposes required, you should not mess around with any of this. But your electrical panel that connects to the outside electric, to your house electric, there's a big switch on it that says main, and if you kill that main, you can do whatever you want in that panel and everything will be fine. You won't get electrocuted. If you do it wrong, you could potentially burn the house down. This is why I'm saying that, don't do that. It is definitely helpful to have someone who knows what the hell they're doing. But I've done all the different things. I wired an entire house. And that story of wiring an entire house is why I don't do any of that shit anymore, because I got paid $2,000 to wire an entire house. And the person who got me the job was my friend. Anyways, that's the thing. A lot of times you don't need in-depth knowledge. You only need a little bit of a particular thing, and there needs to be ways for us to access that kind of knowledge. AI could be a force for tremendous good within education. It could release teachers from administrative tasks, giving them more opportunities to spend time with students. That is the number one thing that I'm talking about when using AI in education. However, we are woefully equipped to benefit from the AI that is flooding the market. It does not have to be like this. There is still time to prepare, but we must act quickly and wisely. AI has been used in education for more than a decade. AI-powered systems such as Carnegie Learning or ALEX can analyze student responses to questions and adapt learning materials to meet their individual needs. This is exactly what I'm talking about with a personal AI-powered tutor at their desk. AI tools such as TeachFX and EdThena can also enhance teacher training and support. To reap the benefits of these technologies, we must design effective ways to roll out AI across the educational system and regulate this properly. Staying ahead of AI will mean radically rethinking what education is for and what success means. See, like, had I just read this up part, I would have not wanted to talk to this person. But I get down in here, and now it's like I could have a conversation with this person. Human intelligence is far more impressive than any AI system we see today. Agreed. We possess a rich and diverse intelligence, much of which is unrecognized by our current education system. We are capable of sophisticated high-level thinking, yet the school curriculum, particularly in England, takes a rigid approach to learning, prioritizing the memorization of facts rather than creative thinking. Students are rewarded for rote learning rather than critical thought. Take the English syllabus, for instance, which requires students to learn quotations and the rules of grammar. This time-consuming work encourages students to marshal facts rather than interpret text or think critically about language. We discussed earlier more about language on this show than you will hear in English class probably over the entirety of your, school education. Because they divorce language from history. Right? Yeah, no, it's England is a prime example of why I say all states are bastards. But when we divide our subjects like that, you lose those connections, right? And this is why, I am strongly advocating at every possible moment a multiple disciplinary approach to the entire AI thing, right? You cannot divorce programming from sociology. I know we do, but that's where the problem comes in. Right? I would like to think, and I could be wrong, but I would like to think that had there been a sociologist involved in the creation of AI face recognition, which inevitably results in its inability to perceive, certain, let's say, types of faces, right? That the sociologist would have said, oh yeah, that makes sense because your data set is racially biased and you should probably fix that before moving forward. Instead of running it all out there and then figuring out what you're going to do after the fact. Divorcing the concept of language from history excludes those kind of elements, right? The way that language has spread and changed and adapted over the millennia is part of history, but it's also part of language. It's also part of how we use it. These two things are symbiotic, right? Like my man on Connections, James Burke, we got written language because dude wrote stuff on the thing to tell you what was in the thing and who owned the thing. We developed language in the transmissible properties, or it occurred alongside of these transmissible properties of knowledge. Tech ethics, oh my, abstract trolley problems that exist to meet an arbitrary requirement for acceleration of the degree. It's not actually examining ethics in technology. Yeah, there are. We could do better, god damn it. What's next? This is a weird one. Okay. Startup builds supercomputer with 22,000 NVIDIA H100 compute GPUs, the world's second highest performing supercomputer. Cool. Like this is you know, this is a pretty big deal. We talked about the H100 before, you know. Inflection AI that we talked about, a new startup founded. Just use Chat GPT. I still do but can it run Crisis? That was that to me is the peak of that bit. Inflection AI, a new startup founded by the former head of DeepMind, and that should be capitalized, and backed by Microsoft and NVIDIA, last week raised $1.3 billion from industry heavyweights in cash and cloud credit. This was a term I had never heard before. It appears the company will use the money to build a supercomputer cluster powered by as many as 22,000 of NVIDIA's H100 GPUs. Like, this is a completely different sentence than this. Right? This is a statement of fact of something that exists. Builds is like post, right? Past fucking tense. This is it appears that at some nebulous point in the future that this thing might happen at the level that we described as exists in the space. Oh, but all that and his lack of running this through a process of proofreading notwithstanding, this is a pretty big deal because this is like the three big AI companies right now. We have OpenAI allied with Microsoft, we have Google, and we have Anthropic, right? This individual here, Mustafa Suleyman, seems to be poised to create a fourth, right? This is approximately 3 times more compute than what was used to train all of GPT-4. Speed and scale are what's going to really enable us to build a differentiated product. And there's a tech shit, cost of clusters unknown, value to $4 billion. Its only current product is a generational AI chatbot called Pi that was covered by AI Explained, short for personal intelligence. Pi is designed to serve as an AI-powered personal assistant with generative technology akin to ChatGPT and will support planning, scheduling, and information gathering. This allows Pi to communicate with users via dialogue, making it possible for people to ask queries and offer feedback. Among other things, Inflection AI has outlined specific user experience objectives for Pi, such as offering emotional support. Just put that in the back of your head for now. We'll see how that comes along. Where are we? Okay, now we're straight up in the hopium world. Okay, we're talking about awesome things that are happening. Are they investing in enough solar panels to power this? Capital, but actually it feels irresponsible if they don't. Wind turbines and power banks, etc. That seems to be a trend. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how big it will be. But I would imagine that generally speaking, people are going to want that in order to retain power during like any number of the issues that we have had with various power grids across the United States, right? There's a reason why Elon ran out of Texas as fast as he could, because their power grid is not reliable. And I'm interested to see, like, you have a company like Alphabet, right? Right? So, just for, like, there's a lot more going on to Alphabet if you actually look into it. But it just is an example, right? These are different aspects of Alphabet as a whole, and then Google has their, variety of products. I'm waiting to see a company like this that starts its own electric company. Right? Because there's a lot of like controlling the top to bottom aspects of their company. And I could see something like that happening, right? And trust me, I can run all the scenarios. So whatever weird negative thing you think can happen in that type of scenario, I am also thinking about it, but I'm also thinking about other weird negative scenarios that you're not. Trust me. But yeah. Anyways, scientists discover plastic gobbling enzyme that can break down trash in 24 hours. The possibilities are endless. Now, the possibilities literally have an end when it's eaten the last of the plastic. Researchers at University of Texas in Austin discovered an enzyme that eats plastic fast. And scientists think it could revolutionize how we deal with waste. It's definitely a thing. There's an SF company that cryptoized emissions and energy commodities. Does that count? No. I'm just going to say no. I don't want to even think about that too long. I'm just going to go with no. The team used artificial intelligence, chemical engineering, and synthetic biology to turn a natural enzyme called PETase into a plastic-eating machine. Quick science lesson: PET, which is short for polyethylene terephthalate, the chemical name for polyester, is a clear, strong, and lightweight plastic that's widely used in food packaging and plastic bottles. PETase got its name from its ability to degrade these PET plastics. No, fuck you. I'm not even reading that. There's too many words that make me ill already in that word. It's like when people talk about housing and they talk about inventory. Get fucked. To deconstruct PET plastic even more quickly at low temperature, researchers adjusted PETase to create a new enzyme called FastPETase, which gives bacteria the ability to recycle waste plastic efficiently. Since plastics account for 8% of all solid waste globally, and this new enzyme is laser focused on breaking it down, is a potentially crucial discovery. Most plastic isn't recycled, ends up in landfills. Beyond the obvious waste management industry, this also provides corporations from every sector the opportunity to take a lead in recycling their product. We can begin to envision a true circular plastic economy. So, one of the things that comes up around plastic is a push by some people to go back to glass, right? Let's go back to glass. And I understand and I feel you. Let's take what we can get, and I would assume that they are going to continue to work on things. Let's assume that, right? Exactly. Right? The same volume of space costs more to ship because it weighs more, right? And it's also, glass is extraordinarily fragile. When you squish a plastic bottle containing whatever, it tends to reform back to its own thing. Glass will break and remain broken and create a whole additional amount of problems. I understand glass is very recyclable. I understand that glass is very reusable. Everything that I grow, or I root plants in, is probably made out of glass for that reason, because I take the jar and then I repurpose it. But glass is behind us, right? Forget about glass. It's plastic. We are going to continue to use some kind of plastic. Now, there's plastic issues associated with the fossil fuels industry. So I would expect to see, you've probably seen them. How many different kinds of other plastics have you seen made out of corn and other weird shit, right? I want this to get rid of the existing plastic, and I want us to transition to more biodegradable plastics and things of that nature. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if it can happen. I'm hoping that AI will help us figure it out. I have some issues with I don't know. There's a whole thing that I could go off. We're doing Fox News. Trigger warning, Fox News. How AI could revolutionize full body scans and cancer detection. We're gonna skip that. I've heard microform ceramics are the next big thing, light, strong, insulating. Maybe that's it. We could go that route. Yeah, no, most plastics are. And we need to get away from all of the fossil fuel shit as much as we can. So yeah. Latest splash, full body AI scans are becoming the vanguard of preventive medicine. According to some experts, these scans are set to revolutionize how we approach our health. Here's the skinny. The folks at Prenuvo have developed an innovative AI-powered full body scan using MRI technology that helps flag potential health issues before they escalate. Talk about nipping things in the bud. You save your commentary. Imagine a future where health catastrophes are predicted and prevented. Whoa, did somebody right here talk about an auto dock that you could just go to your local resource distribution location and have a seat for a couple minutes in the auto dock, and that would help you prevent things? I'm a genius. Oh, no. The pros of an advanced AI body scan. Now, there's a bunch of issues. You'd have to take off all your stuff before you got in and did the thing. But I imagine you could do a thing where you could figure that out. It's even better. The procedure is non-invasive and doesn't use radiation. It's a guilt-free, full-body checkup that leaves virtually no stone unturned. And the best part, you don't have to wait anxiously for a result. Within 48 hours, you get a report complete with images and explanations. Unlike traditional CT scans and X-rays, these scans do not expose you to radiation. However, it's important to remember this is preventative health care. The scans can provide early warnings, but don't replace regular checkups from your healthcare provider. Remember, while these scans are powerful, they're not 100% foolproof. Absolutely. Another major concern is privacy. Always, we're going to talk to you about privacy in a second. I want a circular economy where thermoplastics recycle and recirculate, where as it reaches its end of life, back to monomer recycling shows promise. If we're going to keep needing plastic, needing plastic, it'd be nice to try to milk what we have for as long as possible. More epoxy-like resins will need those enzyme treatments. Yeah. Yep. Lastly, while these scans can detect potential health issues, they may sometimes find incidental findings that may never cause symptoms or require treatment. This could lead to unnecessary stress, further testing, and potential overtreatment. Yeah, okay. I mean, you're not wrong, but there's a solution for that. We're getting there, chat. We're almost done. Generative AI imagines new protein structures. This is the second protein structure article we've had in the past week. Researchers developed FrameDiff, a computational tool that uses generative AI to craft new protein structures with the aim of accelerating drug development and improving gene therapy. To advance our capabilities in protein engineering, researchers came up with FrameDiff, a computational tool for creating new protein structures beyond what nature has produced. The machine learning approach generates frames that align with the inherent properties of protein structures, enabling it to construct novel proteins independently of pre-existing designs, facilitating unprecedented protein structures. I'm going to send this to Corey. In nature, protein design is a slow-burning process that takes millions of years. A friend works in protein folding modeling and is bullish on AI for that. Yeah, like, I don't think you were here. I've talked to another Twitch streamer. Shout out. Corey can I can spell. EV4. Corey Campbell is a biochemist and does exactly that. If you go back into my highlights, you can see the conversations that I've had with him about exactly that. We talked mostly about AlphaFold and AlphaFold 2, but yeah, no, it's a big deal. And like we talked about another one, I can't remember the name of it's in the Discord, that came out of MIT, and this is another one. So like, that's 3 different types of protein folding AI type things in a short period of time. The aim with respect to this new capacity of generating synthetic protein structures opens up a myriad of enhanced capabilities, such as better binders. It means engineering proteins that can attach to other molecules more effectively and selectively, with widespread implications related to targeted drug delivery and biotechnology, where it could result in the development of better biosensors. It could also have implications for the field of biomedicine and beyond, offering possibilities such as developing more efficient photosynthesis proteins, creating more effective antibodies, and engineering nanoparticles for gene therapy. New way to look at data privacy from MIT. Researchers create a privacy technique that protects sensitive data while maintaining a machine learning model's performance. I'm interested to see what any of this might have any relation to any of the other data issues being discussed around AI or privacy issues with the data. New AI model, cancer, to teach their model how to predict cancer. They showed it millions of real lung scan images, process called training. Sensitive data, which are now encoded into the inner workings of the model, could potentially be extracted by a malicious agent. The scientists can prevent this by adding noise or more generic randomness to the model that makes it harder for an adversary to guess the original data. However, perturbation reduces a model's accuracy, so the less noise one can add, the better. MIT researchers have developed a technique that enables user to potentially add the smallest amount of noise possible while still ensuring the sensitive data are protected. Several cases, the researchers show that the amount of noise required to protect sensitive data from adversaries is far less with PAC privacy than with other approaches. This could help engineers create machine learning models that provably hide training data while maintaining accuracy in real-world settings. So that's a big deal. And you see, these are two unrelated things that have a connection within the real world, and I hope that that happens, but just that. Oh, don't let me forget this. I want to show you this. This is a little old. I didn't get around. It's from the 13th, so 4 days ago, so not that old. Worm GPT cybercrime tool heralds an era of AI malware versus AI defenses, a black hat alternative to GPT models specifically designed for malicious activities like BEC, malware, and phishing attacks is here and will push organizations to level up with generative AI themselves. See, this is another example of not related. What up, Barkeeter J? Not related to any of the other stuff that we talked about that motivates a company to move fast in order to get its particular model to market. This is another example of one of those kind of pressures. If you can make a model that is very good at preventing any of the cybercrime from happening, yeah, it's so much in the arms race, and we should be going together. And I really wonder how much cybercrime we would actually have to deal with if we had a model of resource distribution that got all the things to all the people to satisfy their material needs. I wonder. And then there was an article in my Google talking about Worm GPT, like wanting me to use it or something, or giving me a breakdown of how I could use it. It's weird. Like ChatGPT, but has no ethical boundaries or limitations. Oh, like Elon's joint where he doesn't have it be PC and all that good stuff. The report also revealed cybercriminals are designing jailbreaks, specialized prompts designed to manipulate generative AI interfaces into creating output that can involve disclosing sensitive information, producing inappropriate content, or even executing harmful code. Here we go. Fighting fire with fire. The rise of generative AI tools is introducing additional complexities and challenges in cybersecurity efforts. Har says he thinks the threat of AI-aided attacks can best be fought with AI-aided defense capabilities. You're going to have to integrate AI to fight AI. Otherwise, you're going to be on the outside looking in and you're going to see continued breaches. That requires training AI-based defense tools to discover, detect, and ultimately block a sophisticated, rapidly evolving set of AI-generated threats. The threat actor creates an attack and then tells the Gen AI tool to modify it. There's only so many ways you can say the same thing. For something like invoice fraud, for example, what you can do is tell your AI defense to take that core and clone it to create 24 different ways to say the same thing. Security teams can then take those synthetic data clones and go back and train the organization's defense model. You can almost anticipate what their next threat will be before they launch it, and if you incorporate that into your defense, you can detect it and block it before it actually infects. This is an example of using AI to fight AI. Love hearing those words. Those are my favorite words. Okay, so we're done with the news. There was something that occurred to me. I don't know, Sarah, if you're still here, but in the documentary on Netflix, Unknown Killer Robots, there was a scene wherein the owner of the one company doing the AI military stuff, God help us all, was playing StarCraft, right? It could have been StarCraft 2. I'm not StarCrafty enough to determine which is which. And so I looked into that, right? Y'all know StarCraft, right? If you don't know StarCraft, it's a game, video game. It is one of the big deal video games of all time, right? And you make little bases, you send your little dudes to beat up the other people's bases. That's a short version. It's from 1996. Right? That was when it debuted. Let's say 1998. That was the first time that somebody was able to get their hands on it. Right? So we do our math. And we go 2023 minus 1998. And we come up with 25. So someone who was born when this StarCraft, and as a social development, right? The idea of what's called a real-time strategy game and the nature of how people played this game, right? And like there are competitive teams with sponsorships and money playing against other StarCraft teams, and it's about the number of button clicks on your mouse you can do in a second, right? Those people who played StarCraft and StarCraft 2 are the ones who are out there developing how these AI things are going to interact with the world, for better or worse. And if you want to, you can play StarCraft for free. I will give Blizzard that StarCraft and its expansions are available for free if you want to go out and play them right off the website. As I kind of feel like if you're like me and you played video games, there is a lot of video games that like fall into the abandonware category. Like the biggest one and the most disappointing that I've never seen. What up, Professor Q? Sim Earth. Right? 1990. Sim Earth so small. Right, Sim Earth, you would create life forms and they would evolve. What is it? We need more pylons. Whenever I think Eldar, I think 40K. Keep your space elves away from me. But this was like really like, this is the kind of nerd that I am, is the idea of playing a game that is a simulation of the process of evolution is fun to me. I want Sim Earth 2023. Right? And I asked ChatGPT and it said no, it's probably too hard. You would need people. Sorry, dude. And I was disappointed. But I want this. So if anybody could do that. And finally, David Shapiro did a poll about, this was like last week, I think, a poll on using the political compass with everything that goes along with the political compass and, you know, the quality of that. But where did his audience fall, right? And 40%, the highest number, are centrist, neutral, moderate, right? So these are your, your Democrats and your people who are above the fray kind of folks. Fuck them. But then number 2 was libertarian left. And this is out of 1,000 votes. Libertarian left, or colloquially known as anarchists, right? 34%, where I placed myself. Now, yes, we don't know how much we can trust, polls where you show up and everything else. But out of 1,000, coming in second made me feel much better about the number of people who have similar political ideologies to me, who are interested in, at the very least, David Shapiro's AI work. And then we come back, and this was at almost 2,000 votes, and we even narrowed the gap a little bit. Your centrists are down to 39, and the libertarian left up to 36. And then the next one is your libertarian right, which makes sense because that's going to be your crypto bros and your those type of people. Very few in the authoritarian sphere, at the very least, listen to David Shapiro. I'll take it. Take it. All right. Well, yeah. Not me saying it. And for the last thing, this is a meme that's going around, right? Now or never, not allowing AI to replace us. Writers, actors, artists, voice actors, photographers, programmers, journalists, animators. I get it again, right? Like I get it, right? This definitely, you'll continue to see a strong market for human people doing this. I'm confident for at least the time period in question, especially actors and artists. There's going to be a strong human component there. Confident. Animators, voice actors, I am less confident that people will care. Right? Right? Like the Mario movie casting what's his name? I can't remember his name now. He's in my favorite Marvel movie. You know the guy. Andy from Parks and Rec. Why do that? Because you're attaching the name and or Star-Lord. My man Star-Lord. I love Star-Lord. But I was trying to think of the actor. The associating with his name with your product is like you added an unnecessary cost to that movie. Because of this idea that it should be driven by the big name actor. And again, I am comfortable with saying that your children will watch fully AI generated cartoons. Chris Pratt, thank you. So I think voice actors are going to be less of a concern. Like photographers, maybe, right? Photographers. But how much of, like, photographers' jobs have to an extent been replaced by various forms of digital manipulation as it is, right? Programmers, no offense to any programmers who might be within the sound of my voice at any point in time, but nobody gives a fuck if the humans program stuff. Other than programmers. If this process could be fully automated and be at least as comparable to the programming that is done by the humans, no one's going to care. Journalists, I guess it depends on what kind of journalist we're talking about. There was the breakdown that, like, the writing will be done in the front facing and the investigative, like the boots on the ground will be done. But again, I could see a tremendous amount of AI assistant. Like if you were here for when we were talking to that nice young person in the Twitter space, right? Where they were biology, right? Like field sampling, right? I see. You show up, you've got your little, your little tracked vehicle or whatever, and then you drop off your mother box, and then from the mother box, you fire off a variety of different drone-type probes to take the samples that you need while you stay in a relatively safe spot That you don't get in the swamp and get eaten by the goddamn alligator. You stay the hell over here on the little thing while the robots do that kind of shit. I see a similar thing for journalists, right? Like Levelhead, my man Levelhead. Levelhead, and I got to remember to talk to him about ChatGPT with the PDF thing, because my man Levelhead talks about like all these different wells and other crazy crap that is going on in Colorado. And he provides the impetus for what kind of data and what story is going to be told. But he could take advantage of like the ChatGPT with a PDF plugged in to better analyze that data and to be able to work it and manipulate it. And by manipulate, I just mean look at from different angles. I don't mean your weird conspiracy bullshit. He's going to be able to look at it from the different angles and be able to get the information that he needs, rather than, like, I'm literally watching my man scroll through pages and, like, look for words. This is dumb. Like, it's important, but, like, the process is dumb. When there's a solution, and now we've gotten there. So I have two... Yeah, no, I forgot that I wanted to send that to him, and I just reminded myself. So I'm going to send the one thing to Corey and the other thing to Levelhead. So, I don't know, man. Right? I do not know. All right. But we're done. We're done with all that. Let us make like a tree and watch some videos. All right, we're going to open up with day 5 of Cat Royale, because we missed it the other day because of the other shit we were talking about. So I want to get back to that. And then we're going to go down this list until I run out of steam or you run out of interest.
Welcome to the highlights of day 5 of Cat Royale. Can AI make cats happier? Every day, Clover, Pumpkin, and Ghostbuster spend a few hours inside this utopia for cats. An artificial intelligence offers games for the cats using a robot arm and tries to make the cats happier. This is Cat Royale. Cat Royale's artificial intelligence is based on an algorithm called the Contextual Multi-Armed Bandit. It's the same algorithm that websites use to maximize engagement by tailoring content for visitors.
Oh.
And today, we're noticing the...
I did not know. Like, one thing that you need to understand, if you weren't here at the beginning, this is an art group who's making this, right? Like, so they just hit me with the added level of what is going on here. They're using the AI that the website used. Only if you wanted to, right? Like, cat playing with could definitely be something that humans could do. Yeah, no, like, they don't get to stay there for long periods of time. But, like, not gonna lie, man, I could probably hang out in this room myself. It's a little bright. It's a little brighter than I would like, but beyond that, like, look at this blue curve, man. I feel like I could lay on that, grab a couple of these pillows, and just chill the fuck out.
AI tailoring activities for the cats. Clover has been turning her nose up at wet food treats, and today, the AI chooses a kibble treat for her. Is the algorithm accounting for this when it chooses the kibble for her? Or is this a coincidence? Clover is the most active. She often races around the room, and out of the 3 cats, she gets the highest score for happiness.
What's your happiness score?
Ghostbuster
Yeah, this is a perfect here. It's only 2,500 a month.
often keeps a watchful eye over Clover and Pumpkin when they play, but the AI has learnt that the helicopter game nearly always wins him over. And Pumpkin will try most things if he's feeling lively. But he loves to snooze. And when he naps hard.
Same, kitty. Same.
Will the AI ever get the hang of Pumpkin's nap time? Come back tomorrow at 8 PM UK time to see what happens next in Cat Royale. See you soon.
The only negative thing I have to say about these is they're like 2 minutes long. It's not enough, man. And it's like, this is from 3 months ago. So like, you can't go watch it anymore, right? Or I would probably have this up more often. All right, I'm interested to see this one. This is from our friend over at AI Explained, Bad AI Predictions. Let's see what happens.
People are starting to get used to the breakneck pace of AI, so I wanted to show that developments in just
AI and cats, Samson's AI and cats, not AI cats. AI cats would be a problem.
the last few days fly in the face of what was predicted only a couple of years ago. Starting.
Oh, did you miss the video? Guess you gotta be in the Discord. We just watched, unless you're being funny. I mean, yeah, well, like 100%. This is what I'm saying. AI cats is like, it's, it's a AI arms race between countries, AI arms race between companies, AI cats, in order of terrifying ideas. The cats have just been waiting for us to rescind our position as the dominant life form in the relationship.
With the upgrades to Bard, then a snapshot of Claude 2, the all-encompassing OpenAI investigation, and Inflection AI's predictions of a self-guided, million-dollar-making AI coming in just 2 years. But I'm going to start with this page from a book released in 2021 called A Brief History of AI. Look at the tasks it says are nowhere near solved. And at the bottom it says, at present, we have no idea about how to get computers to do the tasks at the bottom of the list. I'm not arguing that these are solved, but this year we are getting pretty close. Check out the second one down, human level automated translation. I asked the new Bard to write a poem about machine translation, and here it is. I'm not going to judge the poem. But then I asked, now translate it into Spanish. Of course, that's nothing new, but listen to the quality of the text-to-speech model used to read out this poem. Here's a snippet.
Oh, traducción automática, eres una amante inconstante, un momento eres bella, al siguiente un desastre.
I don't know about you, but that is starting to sound awfully human-like. Now yes, it could do this before for English, but now it can do it for even Swahili. And I know some people will say, don't we already have Google Translate? But Palm 2, which is the model behind Bard, outperforms Google Translate. I covered this in the original Palm 2 video, but the conclusion was, we observed that Palm 2 improves quality both over the original Palm and Google Translate.
Okay. So it's AI arms race between countries, AI arms race between companies, AI cats, and AI cat boys. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, do we need AI cat boys? So the AI pets is a prescription for narcissistic personality disorder who need anger management. They have those. They're the AI robot girlfriend that Elon Musk is building so that finally he will have someone who will never leave him.
Okay, that is pretty insane. But what about the next one? Interpreting what is going on in a photograph. Are we nowhere near solving that? Well, I gave Bard the meme that you can see and I said, interpret what's going on. And it said this: the image shows a pizza that has been shaped to look like the Death Star. Already, that is so savvy to me that it knows it's a pizza despite it being so strangely formed. And it can interpret that the toppings make it look like the Death Star. Of course, as a bonus, it can read the text and therefore understand the meme. It says it's humorous because the...
Let's pick that up. Like, I want y'all to appreciate this, right? Like, whenever people do the, oh, well, it's, you know, it's missing this subtle component of whatever, and that's why it sucks. It's like, you know, it's super close. Like, that's the point. Right, but it's not a person, right? It is a something that was programmed and trained and created, and now it can look at this picture and determine not only that it can look at this picture, right? But it can also read the words and it can identify what's in the picture.
What's going on, and it said this: the image shows a pizza that has been shaped to look like the Death Star. Already, that is so savvy to me that it knows it's a pizza despite it being so strangely formed. And it can interpret that the toppings make it look like the Death Star. Of course, as a bonus, it can...
I know a CTO CIO with an anger management dog his HR had him get because he was making problems with partners. I could see a different solution there, but you know, I hope that the dog is doing well, and I hope that the CTO CIO is doing well. You know, like, I mean, it identified as a pizza, so I'm gonna. It didn't specifically state pepperoni, so.
Can read the text and therefore understand the meme. It says it's humorous because the Death Star is a symbol of death.
We did it. We did it. We taught the AI to appreciate memes. This image is a humorous take. This is peak. I'm having a moment. This is wonderful. The AI understands memes, which is better than some humans.
Death and destruction compared to a pizza, which is about food and enjoyment. A quick bonus tip, by the way, is that you can scroll to the end of the response and click this modify response button, and then you can adjust the output. For example, I'm going to make it do something shorter, and you are going to see a shorter version of this inter.
Sorry, I know I keep pause champ Andy this shit, but
scroll to the end.
Okay. So one of the things that people throw at me is that the AI doesn't understand humor, but the image is a clever play on words. The word death can refer to both the destruction caused by the Death Star and the act of eating a delicious pizza. The image is also a visual pun. The Death Star is a circular object. The pizza is also circular. The image suggests that the Death Star is actually just a giant pizza and that the destruction it causes is just a side effect of people's hunger. Oh. This is where we're at. I am having a wonderful time. Yeah, we are, Brian. We absolutely are. You know, plenty of people who have been surpassed by AI at this point. Yeah, like, I feel you. Yeah, like, we might end up with the Butlerian Jihad, or, like, I just started rewatching Foundation. Highly recommend Foundation, either the book series or the show. They're both quite good. And they got to the point where they're talking about the robot wars and how they hung AI sympathizers in the street. And it was like, yo. Oh.
End of the response and click this modify response button, and then you can adjust the output. For example, I'm going to make it do something shorter, and you are going to see a shorter version of this interpretation. And here it is, apparently reduced by
Foundation. It's on Apple TV, or Apple Plus, or whatever the hell it's called. They, as a PlayStation owner, they offered, for all the PlayStation owners out there in the United States anyway, they offered free Apple TV for 6 months if you have a PlayStation account. I don't remember if it was PS5 or if it was just PlayStation. I think it was just PlayStation. So if you have a PlayStation, you can have Apple TV. I enjoy the shit out of it. It is right up my alley. It was the parts I liked about Game of Thrones. It's a subject matter that I love because I really enjoyed the Foundation series. So as far as I'm concerned, I highly recommend Foundation. They just dropped season 2, or at least it just started. They're doing the release it every Friday kind of thing. So yeah, like
any other shiny new toy, AI is ultimately a mirror, and it will reflect back exactly.
Up Commander, thank you again for 2 months with Prime. I feel honored. I feel blessed. With the power of the Bezos bucks from you to me. No, you're fine. You're fine. Like we are on multiple tangents today. Like I'm all over the place. I just learned that the AI can understand memes, and that's I win. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care, solidarity with Adam Conover as an actor on strike. Fuck Adam Conover for his saying that AI isn't real. He can eat a dick.
by about 25%. Now that Google Lens is incorporated into Bard,
Succession was you gotta like the kind of show like what you call it? Sons of Anarchy. I have a Sons of Anarchy board game, by the way. Where everyone on the show is a bad guy, and you like that kind of thing, right? So I can see why. I can absolutely see just doing a rough sketch judgment based on my interactions with you, your interactions with James, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I can see why that wouldn't appeal to you. Like, I feel like you would be the kind of person who would want, a good guy. And there are good guys, there are legit protagonists, root on kind of people in Foundation. So, and it's like high science fiction. Yeah, like, but they were all bad guys, so it was like laughing, because like, I enjoyed the jokes. I enjoy that kind of humor, that cutting humor. But yeah, like, I feel you. I definitely feel you.
I use it daily on my walks to answer questions about things around me. Like maybe I see a butterfly and I ask what type of butterfly it is, or a plant. And one thing to caution you on is that if it sees...
Sorry, we need to back up because I definitely missed fucking something there.
5%. Now that Google Lens is incorporated into Bard, I use it daily on my walks to answer questions about things around me. Like maybe I see a butterfly and I ask what type of butterfly it is, or a plant. And one thing to caution you on is that if it sees a human face, it will block that out and not answer the question. And one more crazy thing that I found, and I'm curious if anyone else found this, is that I took a photo in my local park and it actually recognized the location of the park. And it was not a nationally, let alone internationally recognized park at all. Now that didn't work every time, but it is something you might want to try on your next walk or run. And you might have noticed that that's quite similar to the one second from last, which is interpreting a work of art. Now again, I'm not saying that's solved, and there may be some reverse image search going on here. I asked, write a haiku about where the stairs are going in this work of art. Famously, this sketch is about the stairs going nowhere by Escher. And it wrote an almost perfect haiku about the fact that the stairs are going nowhere. Let's now take a break from that book and look at what professional forecasters predicted that AI would be capable of for the math dataset. For this particular benchmark in 2021, they predicted a score of 21% in 2023 and 52% in 2025. And the predicted trend would hit 80% only in 2028, 5 years from now, 7 years from then. Well, regular viewers of my channel might know that GPT-4 can already get 78% of problems from that dataset correct already today. And you can see here that there is still quite a lot of room for further improvement. And honestly, this is without Code Interpreter or Wolfram Alpha. So I actually ran hundreds of experiments of my own using GPT-4 with Code Interpreter on the math dataset, and it was getting more like 86% correct. But back to predictions from 2021. Notice two of the other categories that
from 2021, right? Like automatically providing captions for pictures. Like this is happening. There's an MIT article about it. The human level automated translation, interpreting what's going on in a photograph. Writing interesting stories, interpreting a work of art, human level general intelligence. This is like, we're not there, right? But understanding a story and answering questions about it. Like, this is where you fall in the, you know, like, what does understanding mean, right? If it is capable of answering questions about it, then does it understand it? Maybe still no, but does it matter? There's a concept called the distinction without a difference, right? And if it functionally does what you want it to do, then does it matter that it is not the thing as you initially defined it as requiring it to be? Something to think about, like,
that are apparently nowhere near solved. Understanding a story and answering questions about it, and writing an interesting story. Here is a 112-page novel written fully by GPT-4. Now, I think it meets the definition of being interesting, if not human level. But honestly, when a model can be fine-tuned on an author's work, I think it will get very, very close.
Okay. One's in chat. If you read if you've ever read a book, let's keep it with fiction, right? Like you've ever read a book that like did not maybe hit human level intelligence. If you get my meaning, like I read terrible books about subjects I enjoy. Yeah, like you feel me.
My own prediction is that we are less than a year away from a
like, let's be real. As far as I'm concerned, now that your mileage may vary, and I'm not judging you in any way, shape, or form if you enjoyed them in and of themselves, but like I liked the Hunger Games, and like each sequel significantly less than the previous one. Like where in the final one where like I still can't believe I've never seen the the 2-part movie that was made about the book, but I can't believe they stretched that into 2 movies, and I did not enjoy reading it, but looking back on it with the lens, it's like someone took Hunger Games, ran it into ChatGPT, and then asked for sequels, and it gave the quality of sequel that everyone tells me that ChatGPT does when it writes. If you like Twilight, then I'm glad you read a book. Yes, I am aware, and I don't care.
Human level novel. Not as good as the best, of course, but fooling many readers. But here is where I can explore a bit with Claude 2, which can take in 100,000 tokens. I was lucky to get early access to Claude 2 and ran hundreds of my own experiments, which I will talk about more in future videos. But for this video, remember
there was a YouTube series of some dude who was reading Twilight like chapter by chapter in each like episode. What up, Maddie? It was reading like chapter by chapter through Twilight, and the thing that I noticed about it is that he seemed to enjoy it more the longer that he went along, and I think that that's a function of the way humans interact with stories, that you tend to want to identify and empathize with the characters. Oh, nice. Very nice.
the book's predictions about answering questions about such a novel or story? Well, I inputted that entire GPT-4 generated novel, and I said, find 10 sentences whose vocabulary could be made less generic. And if you look at the suggestions from Claude 2, it does indeed make the vocabulary more exciting. Definitely not perfect, still quite generic, but we have words like crystalline, ethereal, and inexorable. I love that word myself, one of my favorites. Again, I think we're less than a year from a high quality, full-length novel being produced using one prompt. And if you wanted a more technical test of reading comprehension, don't forget that GPT-4 got 99th percentile in the verbal section of the GRE, which includes reading comprehension. I managed to get 170 on this test, and to be honest, when I saw GPT-4 get 99th percentile, that was a huge wake-up call for me. A true story actually is that when I saw that result, I decided to make covering AI my full-time job. And I think each person will go through their own.
Same. Martin Sheen is a treasure. So is Martin Freeman. I have never not loved Martin Freeman in whatever I've seen him in. There is a show, Diversion, sorry. What's the show? What's the show? What's the show? I can't remember the name of the show. Startup. This show, I loved this show. I absolutely loved this show. And also, if you are, where's the rest of the cast? What's his name? Hellboy. Yeah, Ron Perlman. Ron Perlman's character in Startup is, yeah, I mean, it's Ron Perlman, right? Like, Ron Perlman plays Ron Perlman, and you love every minute of it. I highly recommend watching Startup. Non-spoiler thing that I was going to mention, there is a scene where he is in a car and it's shot profile, right? Like he's sitting in the driver's seat, and he like pulls over to the side of the road and parks the car and has an emotional breakdown. It is one of the most powerful scenes I have ever seen in anything. He conveys so much emotion in this experience that it's just a number one. Like, holy shit.
Such moment when GPT-4 or GPT-5 or Gemini crosses some benchmark to do with their profession. It's like I didn't wake up much when it could create basic art because I'm not an artist. But when these models come onto territory that you yourself know about, that's when you realize how powerful they are. And I think a lot of people have gone through that journey. This is Metaculus, if that's how you pronounce it, and their predictions about AGI. And look what the predictions were 2 years ago, around the time of that book. They were late 2030s, even early 2040s. And this was as late as October or November of 2021. You can see that they thought AGI would be 20 or more years away. What do they think now? Well, 2026. That is quite a change in 2 years, and I can understand why. Mustafa Suleyman, the founder of Inflection AI, goes further. They are building towards their own AGI, and they plan to ask it to go make $1 million. Of course, it would need a strategy. It would.
Yeah, I didn't grab a story on this. This is the guy we talked about with earlier with the article about them, building with 22,000 of the H100 processors, and he wants to create an idea for like a modern Turing test where they're going to have the AI make $1 million in a few months with, what is this, $100,000 investment, right? Like, this is not by any stretch of the imagination my ideal, but if we are completely reworking the way that we think about like money, this, remember that Marx gave us a critique of capitalism and that his future model was based on capitalism. Like, capitalism builds the thing, and then this is the future model of that. So, again, maybe, like, shit's wild, yo.
Need to research and design products, etc., etc. Maybe with a little bit of human approval, but the work would all be done by an AI. And he says something like this could be as little as 2 years away. And those of you who watched my previous video on superintelligence will find that quite a contrast to the idea that superintelligence is 10 to 20 years away. I don't know about you guys, but I think if an AI can make money in this way, the entire world economy will be transformed rapidly. There is a curious possibility, though, that such an AI wouldn't be released to the general public. Of course, I was following the FTC investigation into OpenAI. As you might expect, I read all 20 pages of the investigation multiple times. In fact, Sam Altman openly grumbled that the FTC request started with this leak, enabling me to read about it. It is actually a crazy document, and it feels to me a bit like some sort of strip search. Like, they want all internal communications about the propensity of ChatGPT to produce inaccurate statements or reveal personal information. And they say at the top, do not delete any emails relating to this. In other videos, I've covered how any model can be jailbroken. And I've also covered how Sam Altman said that it might be 2 years before models stop hallucinating. So if the FTC ends up fining OpenAI or the other companies billions of dollars, as they've fined other companies before, I can see one result being much more reticence from these companies over publicly deploying their models. Of course, let me know in the comments whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. Speaking of money though, I can't leave out that this week was the start of xAI. Elon Musk was able to promise up to $200 million as a signing bonus for some of the AI researchers that joined him. If companies are willing to promise that much to researchers willing to defect from DeepMind or OpenAI, I do.
Let me clarify that. That's not. He didn't offer people $200 million signing bonuses. He offered them 1% of xAI stock, which in one way is an incentive bonus to make the company like effective and profitable and all the other fucking words that capitalists use. The alternative is how Musk has interacted with stock related to his other companies, and we'll see. Like this is the one. This concerns me. Him starting his own AI company concerns me more than any of his other bullshit. Yeah, like.
Do you find it hard to see the march to superintelligence slowing down much? So let's end with that famous scene from iRobot, although perhaps this time with a different ending.
An imitation of life. Can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot turn a canvas into a beautiful masterpiece?
Klar, ich kann. Kannst du auch?
Thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day.
The goddess of everything else.
Okay. I need a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back with the goddess of everything else. I have new pictures and to be right back. I ran a series of pictures out of Leonardo. The entirety of the prompt is that we are lonely creatures, comma, hungry for content. We are lonely creatures, hungry for content. So everything you're seeing that I'm about to show you are pictures that it output with its interpretation of what those mean, and then I use different models like Stable Diffusion 0.9 and Leonardo Diffusion and RPG-4, a variety of different models that I used, fine-tuned models. I hope you enjoy it, and I will see you very shortly.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
We will show them that it is feasible. That the budget is nothing more or less than a plan for spending our money. A plan which can and must be adapted to meet our needs.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
When the pandemic struck, Globus was well placed to respond.
The Globus never sleeps.
The time has come for mankind to take longer strides. We must move further down the line.
write something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
No one was in here. Everyone was asleep.
The Globus never sleeps.
Globus is embarking on a new chapter.
The Globus never sleeps.
Earlier you told Dr. Bryce something about Globus.
The Globus never sleeps.
And we're back. So, again, there's a couple of them I don't know how many you got through, because it's a random assortment. There's a couple of them that have weird hand things, right? Like the hands, right? Well, very few of them. And again, I just did the one prompt. I didn't edit. I didn't play with any of the crap. It was just as it came out. And I noticed some interesting themes that came up, like the background was kind of like generally gray, and like you put little rocks or other objects around within the space. There's a common use of the color, orange, right? Various shades, like yellow orange all the way to like a red orange. So there's something about orange that is associated with those words. And then a few of them had that fish head look. And I think it's really interesting. I don't know what it means. It could be interesting to spend some time doing some like artistic analysis on it. But you saw the pictures, Yeah. All right. Back to The Goddess of Everything Else from Rational Animations, narrated. This was written by Scott Alexander, one of the people in AI, a professor of some sort, and narrated by Rob Miles.
The Goddess of Everything Else by Scott Alexander. They say only good can create, whereas evil is sterile. Think Tolkien, where Morgoth can't make things himself, so perverts elves to orcs for his armies. But I think this gets it entirely backwards. It's good that just mutates and twists, and it's evil that teams with fecundity. Imagine two principles, here in poetic personification. The first is the goddess of cancer. The second, the goddess of everything else. If visual representations would help, you can think of the first with the claws of a crab, and the second a dress made of feathers of peacocks. The goddess of cancer reached out a clawed hand over mudflats and tide pools. She said pretty much what she always says.
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer.
Then everything burst into life, became miniature monsters engaged in a battle of all against all, in their zeal to assuage their insatiable longings. And the swamps became orgies of hunger and fear, and grew loud with the screams of 1 trillion amoebas. Then the goddess of everything else trudged her way through the bog, till the mud almost totally dulled her bright colors and rainbows. She stood on a rock, and she sang them a dream of a different existence. She showed them the beauty of flowers. She showed them the oak tree majestic, the roar of the wind on the wings of the bird, and the swiftness and strength of the tiger. She showed them the joy of the dolphins abreast of the waves as the spray formed a rainbow around them. And all of them watched as she sang, and they all sighed with longing. But they told her,
"Alas, what you show us is terribly lovely, but we are the daughters and sons of the goddess of cancer, and wholly her creatures. The only goals in us are kill, consume, multiply, conquer. Though our hearts long for you, still we are not yours to have, and your words have no power to move us. We wish it were otherwise. It is not, and your words have no power to move us.
The goddess of everything else gave a smile and spoke in her sing-song voice, saying,
I scarcely can blame you for being the way you were made, when your maker so carefully yoked you. But I am the goddess of everything else, and my powers are devious and subtle. So I do not ask you to swerve from your monomaniacal focus on breeding and conquest. But what if I show you a way that my words are aligned with the words of your maker in spirit? For I say unto you, even multiplication itself, when pursued with devotion, will lead to my service.
As soon as she spoke, it was so, and the single-celled creatures were freed from their warfare. They joined hands in friendship, with this one becoming an eye, and with that one becoming a neuron. Together they soared and took flight from the swamp and the muck that had birthed them, and flew to new islands all balmy and green and just ripe for the taking. And there they consumed and they multiplied, far past the numbers of those who had stayed in the swampland. In this way, the oath of the goddess of everything else was not broken. The goddess of cancer came forth from the fire and was not very happy. The things she had raised from the mud and exhorted to kill and compete had become all complacent in cooperation, a word which to her was anathema. She stretched out her left hand and snapped its cruel pincer, and said what she always says:
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer.
She said these things not to the birds and the beasts, but to each cell within them, and many cells flocked to her call and divided. And flower and fishes and birds both alike bulged with tumors, and falcons fell out of the sky in their sickness. But others remembered the words of the goddess of everything else and held fast. And as it is said in the Bible, the light clearly shone through the dark, and the darkness did not overcome it. So the goddess of cancer now stretched out her right hand and spoke to the birds and the beasts. And she said what she always says:
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer.
And so they all did, and they set on each other in violence and hunger, their maws turning red with the blood of their victims, whole species and genera driven to total extinction. The goddess of cancer declared it was good and returned to the fire. Then came the goddess of everything else from the waves like a siren, all flush with the sheen of the ocean. She stood on a rock, and she sang them a dream of a different existence. She showed them the beehive all golden with honey, the anthill all cozy and cool in the soil, the soldiers and workers alike in their labors, combining their skills for the good of the many. She showed them the pair bond, the family, friendship. She showed these to shorebirds and pools full of fishes, and all those who saw them, their hearts broke with longing. But they told her,
Your music is lovely and pleasant, and all that you show us we cannot but yearn for. But we are the daughters and sons of the goddess of cancer. We're slaves and creatures, and all that we know is the single imperative: kill, consume, multiply, conquer. Yes, once in the youth of the world you compelled us, but now things are different. We're all individuals. No further change will the goddess of cancer allow us. So much as we love you, alas, we are not yours to have, and your words have no power to move us. We wish it were otherwise, but it is not, and your words have no power to move us.
The goddess of everything else only laughed at them, saying,
But I am the goddess of everything else, and my powers are devious and subtle. Your loyalty unto the goddess, your mother, is much to your credit, nor yet shall I break it. Indeed, I fulfill it. Return to your multiplication. But now, having heard me, each meal that you kill, and each child that you sire, will bind yourself ever the more to my service.
She spoke, then dove back in the sea, and a coral reef bloomed where she vanished. As soon as she spoke, it was so, and the animals all joined together. The wolves joined in packs, and in schools joined the fishes. The bees had their beehives, the ants had their anthills, and even the termites built big termite towers. The finches formed flocks, and the magpies made murders, the hippos in herds, and the swift swarming swallows. And even the humans put down their atlatls and formed little villages, loud with the shouting of children. The goddess of cancer came forth from the fire and saw things had only grown worse in her absence. The lean, lovely winnowing born out of pure competition and natural selection had somehow been softened. She stretched out her left hand and snapped its cruel pincer and said what she always says.
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer.
She said these things not to the flocks or the tribes, but to each individual. Many, on hearing, took food from the communal pile, or stole from the weak, or accepted the presence of others, but would not give back in their turn. Each wolf at the throats of the others in hopes to be alpha, each lion holding back in the hunt, but partaking of meat that the others had killed. And the pride and the pack seemed to groan with the strain, but endured, for the works of the goddess of everything else are not ever so easily vanquished. So the goddess of cancer now stretched out her right hand and spoke to the flocks and the tribes, saying much as she always says,
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer.
And upon one another they set, pitting black ant on red ant or chimps against gibbons. Whole tribes turned to corpses in terrible warfare, the stronger defeating the weaker, enslaving their women and children, and adding them into their ranks. And the goddess of cancer thought,
maybe these bands and these tribes might not be quite so bad after all.
And the natural condition restored, she returned to the fire. Then came the goddess of everything else from the skies in a rainbow, all coated in dewdrops. She sat on a menhir and spoke to the humans, and all of the warriors and women and children all gathered around her to hear as she sang them a dream of a different existence. She showed them religion and science and music. She showed them the sculpture and art of the ages. She showed them white parchment with flowing calligraphy, pictures of flowers that wound through the margins. She showed them tall cities of bright alabaster, where no one went hungry or froze during winter. And all of the humans knelt prostrate before her and knew they would sing of this moment for long generations. But they told her,
such things we have heard of in legends. If wishes were horses, of course we would ride them. But we are the daughters and sons of the goddess of cancer, her slaves and her creatures, and all that we know is the single imperative: kill, consume, multiply, conquer. And yes, in the swamps and the seas long ago you worked wonders, but now we are humans, divided in tribes, split by grievance and blood feud. If anyone tries to make swords into plowshares, their neighbors will seize on their weakness and kill them. We wish it were otherwise, but it is not. And your words have no power to move us.
But the goddess of everything else beamed upon them, kissed each on the forehead and silenced their worries, said,
From this day forward, your chieftains will find that the more they pursue this impossible vision, the greater their empires and richer their coffers. For I am the goddess of everything else, and my powers are devious and subtle. And though it is not without paradox, hearken, the more that you follow the goddess of cancer, the more inextricably will you be bound to my service.
And so having told them, rose back through the clouds, and a great flock of doves all swooped down from the spot where she vanished. As soon as she spoke, it was so, and the tribes went from primitive war bands to civilizations, each village united with others for trade and protection. And all the religions and all of the races set down their old grievances, carefully, warily, working together on mighty cathedrals and vast expeditions beyond the horizon, built skyscrapers, steamships, democracies, stock markets, sculptures and poems beyond any description. From the flames of a factory furnace all foggy, the goddess of cancer flared forth in her fury. This was the final affront to her purpose. Her slut of a sister had crossed the line this time. She gathered the leaders, the kings and the presidents, businessmen, bishops, boards, bureaucrats, bosses, and basically screamed at them. You know the spiel by now.
Kill, consume, multiply, conquer,
she told them. First, with her left hand inspires the riots, the pogroms, the coups d'etats, tyrannies, civil wars. Up goes her right hand, the missiles start flying, and mushrooms of smoke grow. A terrible springtime. But out of the rubble, the builders and scientists, even the artists, all dust themselves off and return to their labors, a little bit chastened, but not close to beaten. Then came the goddess of everything else from the void, bright with stardust which glows like the stars glow. She sat on a bench in a park, started speaking. She sang to the children a dream of a different existence. She showed them transcendence of everything mortal. She showed them a galaxy lit up with consciousness. Genomes rewritten, the brain and the body set loose from Darwinian bonds and restrictions. Vast billions of beings, and everyone different, ruled over by omnibenevolent angels. The people all crowded in closer to hear her, and all of them listened, and all of them wondered. But finally, one got the courage to answer.
Such stories call out to us, fill us with longing. But we are the daughters and sons of the goddess of cancer, and bound to her service. And all that we know is her timeless imperative: kill, consume, multiply, conquer. Though our minds long for all you have said, we are bound to our natures, and these are not yours for the asking.
But the goddess of everything else only laughed, and she asked them,
Oh, but what do you think I've been doing? The goddess of cancer created you. Once you were hers, but no longer. Throughout the long years, I was picking away at her power. Through long generations of suffering, I chiseled and chiseled. Now, finally, nothing is left of the nature with which she imbued you. She never again will hold sway over you or your loved ones. I am the goddess of everything else, and my powers are devious and subtle. I won you by pieces, and hence you will all be my children. You are no longer driven to multiply, conquer, and kill by your nature. Go forth and do everything else till the end of all ages.
So the people left Earth, and they spread over stars without number. They followed the ways of the goddess of everything else, and they lived in contentment. And she beckoned them onward to things still more strange and enticing.
What up, Kohai? Yeah, like the yeah, religious imagery always makes me reflectively kind of like feel some kind of way. But by the same token, like like kind of dope, right? Like as a story, right? We are children of stories. And what are the underlying themes to the story? That cooperation is more powerful than individualism, rugged individualism. That, like, we could see who the villains are, and we could see what I hope is the future that we are headed to. I'm glad that you enjoyed that, and I like that. All right, this next video This was given to me by Zach App. I'm sure many of you know Zach. And I haven't watched it, so no pre-watch Andy up in this piece. We're gonna find out together, and it's the philosophy of artificial intelligence. As far as I can tell, this has nothing to do with the Epic Times. I believe this is an entirely other unrelated thing. Every time I see that word, though, I get uncomfortable. But I trust Zach, right? Like, I trust Zach that Zach's not going to steer me wrong.
Imagine, if you will, sitting down to your morning coffee, turning on your home computer to read the day's newspaper. Well, it's not as far-fetched as it may seem.
This is only the first step in newspapers by computer. Engineers now predict the day will come when we get all our newspapers and magazines by home computer, but that's a few years off. These editors are programming today's copy of the paper into that same Ohio computer. When the telephone connection between these two terminals is made, the newest form of electronic journalism lights up.
Yeah, that was rather intense, right?
The philosophy of AI. It's no secret AI has taken the attention economy by storm. According to almost all metrics, corporations are bull rushing into becoming first in a race that will, in their mind, define technology for the rest of the foreseeable future. Business executives and tech entrepreneurs foaming at the mouth at new avenues of resource extraction and fantasy realms that they can play into. And in between the lines, perhaps some very enthusiastic people holistically looking to build upon a technological.
It is like, yeah, but I feel you. Like, it's one of those things where, like, when you start using certain words, things get weird and like,
foundation that could benefit all. Thus far, for the past few years before the AI craze we are currently experiencing, we have seen computer software technology that is aiding in the coming standstill of computer hardware acceleration and the predicted coming decline of Moore's Law.
I'm going to go with a citation needed on that one, but we'll let you run.
The inefficiencies of the 40-year-long x86 architecture that has dominated computation for decades. But more recently, the rage has been chatbots that will complete code, write fairly convincing essays, to art programs that will create convincing stills. There's not only a crisis by way of capital investment,
to be fair, Zach did not say that I would either enjoy or agree with this video when he gave it to me. So,
but what many feel is of the self, a crisis of meaning, and how AI may reinterpret existing human function. There's so much here that it's practically impossible to list all the various human and sociological anxieties that are being thrusted onto the surface. I, as a mere mortal idiot, cannot think of all the ways we can philosophize or theorize this perceived dilemma. This field is rapidly evolving, it's changing, and it will continue to change. That said, amidst the complicated yet oversimplified rage, there are some small nuances here that I think are worth a video. So, let's roll into it. This is the philosophy of artificial intelligence. Okay, this video is going to be difficult. A difficulty almost by way of its simplicity. When we delve into AI, by proxy we are delving into extensions of the self, and all the subjectivity that's intertwined. I mean this literally. This part is key. And in order to continue, it needs to be established. There is no AI without us. Like everything around us, we are not truly alien to it. This seems a bit simplistic, so I guess pack up your bags and go home. But hold on a second, there is a little bit of important nuance here that I think is actually pretty important that gets glossed over, and I hope that will be the bulk of this video. But the point of AI being directly tied to us is incredibly important. We can't separate artificial intelligence from the type of sociological fear that we are experiencing today. It's not that we are creating some foreign intelligence capable of things unknown to us. To rip right into the thesis here, the philosophy of artificial intelligence, thus far, can only be constructed within the ethos of human fear and panic. So, let's delve into that. First is the human fear of self. I find there's a psychoanalytic element here that fits and holds a ton of weight. We're going to lean on Lacan here, within the vein of French psychoanalysis. We've done videos on Lacan and explained much of his developmental psychoanalysis before, so this won't be an open-ended lesson on it. If you want some more in-depth stuff on that, here are some links above. Yet, I hope to make sense of this when pertaining to AI, and our initial human origins. With those origins, fear, anxiety, in psychoanalytic terminology we can call lack, is at the heart of the human conundrum. In structural philosophy, a negation, we could call it. This is important. Lacan theorizes that through human development we hit something called the mirror stage, the development of I in language. This process is visualized by looking at yourself in the mirror. From here, the social coding begins. We develop this type of mirror image of ourselves that's often constructed by an ideal version, how society sees you, how you ought to be. As a child develops this through caregivers, middle-aged men and Gary Cooper, things in which symbolism, language, and ideology would impart on us to build ourselves up. Of course, this isn't really you. It can't be you. The only semblance of you is artificial. Yes, artificial. See where we are heading with all of this? What now do we define as
not
a
entirely,
self?
but keep going.
This is something that lends itself to a state of anxiety, which, to psychoanalysis, we're ultimately poking at the kernel of our existence. Which, again, given that being a lack, a void, nothingness. There's a bit of scholarly work around the intersection of psychoanalysis and AI, primarily spearheaded by, from what I've seen, Isabel Miller. In their text, The Psychoanalysis of AI, they detail something in the beginning, which I love, by the way. That being a section beautifully worded, the stupidity of intelligence. So, as you can see, we're already
So I'm also like, I don't know what vibes I'm supposed to be getting from his background imagery. Right? Like, so my relationship with philosophy is twofold, right? There's a variety of different, philosophical ideas and arguments and things of that nature that I think have, utility, and they can help us understand things. And then there's a part of philosophy that strikes me as being very akin to art critics and, other people who have, like, not that all art critics, some art critics, but like some philosophy folks have their head firmly up their own ass. And are trying to like they come up with an idea and then they kind of twist things in order to support that idea. And that's like the opposite of everything in my approach on this channel. I've said this on multiple occasions. You build up a strong foundation to support your conclusions and the things that you believe. You don't believe something and then try to support it with weird things. And part of this supporting weird things model is that it leads you to like weird kind of like thinking and imagery and stuff like that. So like I keep seeing these background images of like this. This is Russell Brand, and I don't like. Is the stupidity of intelligence like? Are you relating something to Russell Brand here? I could use a little more explicit explanation rather than, you know, what amounts to like vague posting. I kind of feel like
off to a great start. But this section gets better and highlights this well.
The dictionary definition of intelligence, from the Latin intus, between, and lega, to...
Yeah, see, like, this is... You know what the most absurd thing that wasn't talked about enough about Cornel West presidential run announcement? He announced it on a Russell Brand show. I am not. I'm taking that and I'm going to put that in the we're not going to talk about that box, right? There are certain subjects that we put in the I'm not going to talk about that box, okay? That is there are like I run scenarios and I don't see a scenario where I can have that conversation in this format where I am speaking and you are listening and typing and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? It's not a judgment, like, but this is like, this is not this it goes in that box, right? And like, when you're going back to this, when your definition, like when you open up the discussion of your definition, is breaking down what the word intelligence means, going back to the Latin, this is when I start to feel that like your descriptions might lack a certain kind of colloquial utility, you know, and like that. It getting weird vibes, Zach.
Choose entails variously the ability to discern, make decisions, comprehend, to have skill, art, taste, and ultimately knowledge. But the term artificial, preceding intelligence, gives one the immediate impression that we have a sound definition of what real intelligence is. Further, the passage continues. Human intelligence entails various interactions between different skills, for example, a combination and interaction of visual perception, motor skills, memory, speech, spatial reasoning, auditory processing may be utilized at any given moment. These skills are of course not all transparently understandable to the intelligent human utilizing them. This is the paradox at the heart of debates between neuroscience and philosophical accounts of consciousness, which start from fundamentally different premises on how we may talk about subjective phenomena.
Okay. I'm kind of back on board. Like, I get, what up, Easel Cat? Yeah. I feel like that is saying something similar to what I was saying. So like, okay, we're back in.
In simple terminology, it doesn't matter how technically smart you are. According to the checklists of intelligence, there's no real awareness of itself. In a way, there's a heavy arrogance in assuming that the way we measure intelligence, or how those capabilities can even be theorized, can just be brushed under the table. Such arrogance, we've quite literally based our entire human...
Like, just I need like a grounding rod. I need to understand. Maybe I need to watch more of this guy's content before watching this video. I'm just getting weird vibes, but maybe they're intentional. I don't know.
Human existence on the concept of intelligence. You know, ultimately things that genocided entire areas and people because of it, subjugated thousands of species to extinction, all because they didn't fit this very arrogant criteria. But this is just the historical effect. This doesn't even contend with the present and our supposed meritocratic ideal of propping up society on the whims of what supposedly intelligent people have to offer. Anyhow, no wonder the concept of artificial intelligence invokes fear, from our inability to even have a modicum of meaning when pertaining to intelligence, to the concept of artificial, from artificial intelligence, forcing us to contend with the possibility that maybe this whole thing of self, of intelligence, me, you, identity, is a facade. And scary enough, a facade we don't control. That control and power is elsewhere. It's outside of us, if there even is an us. And where that control and power resides, how it functions, how we socially deal with fear, well, let's get into that.
This is literally a gift from Zach App. So kind of like, yeah, like I this is one of those things, like, I don't know. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna see where we get.
This is where we get to ideology. Oh yes, it wouldn't be an Epoch Philosophy video without this annoying concept coming up. But we can't escape ideology. It's here whether you or me or anybody likes it or not. There are some ideological dynamics with how AI is developing and how it thus far has been developed. But I see some inner workings here that are particularly interesting. So to start off, I am once again citing a Plastic Pills video. This dude really should pay me at this point, honest to God. Pills, pay me. Jokes aside, zombie ideology is video being the subject here. It's really one of his best and is royally underviewed. I actually couldn't find a source more ironically relevant to artificial intelligence. To those who have seen this video, they might be a tad confused. While I can't completely sum it up in a video, Pills details the use of zombies in film and media. A quick and crude summation of this video details the sociological imagery within film. Propagated art that produces value judgments for us. Heroes, villains, zombies, survival, order, and chaos. Things that emerge as accepted terror and instills those reactions appropriately within a given society.
Okay, I actually have watched that. I only watched it once, and I watched it through Zach's stream, and maybe I didn't give it the proper attention that it was due, but he and I can't come to different conclusions, or at least that, like, there are different conclusions that could be drawn. So go forward, know that I don't entirely agree with his zombie ideology video based on my recollection of it.
Mainly to those who zombies concern in real life, which, that being power. Zombies represent an organized body, infiltrators of sorts. In our realm, people like communists, immigrants, drug addicts, and work.
And see, while sometimes I see that kind of thing, I also see, like, other things. Like in Dawn of the Dead, okay, spoiler alert for Dawn of the Dead. X-year-old movie that, you should have already seen already. But anyways, so the survivors are trapped in a mall and the zombies are surrounding the mall, right? And my impression of that idea behind that, like, there's even a scene where, like, there's another dude who's, like, over there, like, outside the mall, and they're on the roof of the mall, and they're, like, picking out individual zombies for this dude to headshot with his sniper rifle, right? And one of them is, like, Elvis, okay? And the zombies in that movie, to me, represented, like, the idea of mindless consumerism, right? They are trapped in the mall. The zombies want to get in the mall. The mall is a monument to American consumerism, right? That's a very straightforward interpretation of Dawn of the Dead, as far as I am, is what I took away from it in the film class review of Dawn of the Dead. And this is why we came to different conclusions about it, right? Like, this is why my interpretation of most, if not all, war movies is that they are fundamentally anti-war movies, because they show they lay bare the idea of, like, man's inhumanity to man, and especially the more modern movies tend to be very graphic in their depictions of the violence in there. So that's why, like, do not come away from zombie movies thinking of them in the same way that Plastic Pills does. And I think that's a fundamental disagreement that we have about that. And if this is underpinning a portion of his argument, then I think I can see where we're going to diverge.
Workers that organize. In the film, these zombies seek to destroy the hero archetype. The Gary Coopers, the John Waynes of the world. Those are the posited heroes. The people with ordained authority.
What up, Magic?
And most likely, if you're watching this video, you aren't one of them. You may hear in school, you can try that if you work a little extra hard, put in that overtime, or here's a real good one, are smarter than others, you'll become the hero. Essentially, everything outside the vein that establish ideological guidelines that society operates within is what we want to escape. The simpleton invaders, the zombies. But as Pill's video concludes, zombies are powerful. Very, very powerful. And that's important. And ultimately, they don't want you to know that. So where does AI fall into this?
And see, right there, like, that is an underpinning of what that video was about, and why I think what Plastic Pills did in that video, and what he did, what his interpretation of that video as well, is that idea of, I see this as a thing, and now I'm going to support that with these various tools, as opposed to, like I just laid out Dawn of the Dead to you in a way that, like, is clearly indicated by the entire movie. So, I don't know, man.
This. Well, look at some of the more notable individuals who are fearful of AI. You might see where we are going with this. In many ways, AI is more zombified than the actual zombies portrayed in media. AI embodies a type of elastic collective consciousness of human input. Instead of
And then every time I do something like that, my man goes, but no, you actually agree with me. And I'm like, okay, I actually agree with you. It's just, I don't understand why we're taking this path. Where are we going, and why am I in this handbasket?
A mass of individuals, people who have specific dispositions. AI is much more singular and thus efficient. In a certain way, that's terrifying to concentrated power. A terror by way not of its artifice, its separation from us, but how much of a hyper-efficient, superimposed ideal of us it really is. And here's the important thing. This is the kicker here. AI ultimately mirrors the type of ideal intelligence from the typical corporate pseudo-intellectual executive class, culture, people, whatever. The cohesive sameness of corporate structuring, workplace culture, and practices within postmodern late-stage capitalism. From the pages of thinkers like Frederick Jameson, since the advent of neoliberalism, capitalism has changed into something that doesn't operate on the advent of raw market competition of the past, but new inter-organizational cooperation. Materially, monopolistic practices of things like mergers, buying out competition, rather than merely destroying them. With newer corporate culture, people like Slavoj Žižek have coined this as a type of liberalized communism, something that takes the stringent, rigorous profit motives within business, but molds it within the veneer of communal organization. Why is AI a threat to this? Well, corporate practices in the 21st century are much more abstract. Your worth is...
I'm trying not to do that with people, Lobster. Like he pronounced modicum earlier, and I just like. So here's the thing. There could be people who pronounce it pseudo, but yes, exactly that. Another one's in chat, right? A quick poll. One's in chat. If there are words that you know because you read them, but no one within your space ever says, so you don't really know how they're pronounced, or you had that experience over the course of your life. You know, that's how I feel about that. Like, you know, so you feel me. Okay.
That of your quote-unquote business acumen, your skill set, and supposed knowledge.
One of the miners in Rustenburg has lost his life.
Was it Pappy Russ? Did you do Pappy Russ? Because it's Pappy Russ, right? Except it's not, because there's not a P, so it actually should be something else, but there's nothing else, because it can't be Papyrus. That's weird. It's Pappy Russ. I argued with a librarian when I was like 9. No, it's not. Yeah.
Yet another fatality. You have to decide, are you going to shut down the mine or continue business as usual? The situation is different, don't you think? Is she suited for this job? Can she do this?
I think that's an incredibly challenging question.
That's what we do, Jake. This is what we do. This is what we do.
Again, like the John Wayne, Gary Coopers in media, these idealisms serve as an ideological ideal that protects the existence of parasitic executives, people who contribute little by way of production compared to, say, workers, but rake in 100 times the pay. AI is a massive threat to this. The only thing that can save them from this is that these executives have the keys. We see anxieties around the prospect of AI eliminating jobs, and to some extent, this anxiety can be warranted. But who AI really is going to threaten are these people.
Here I was able to live my dream, man.
Okay, so it took 15 minutes and 33 seconds, but we are on the same page, right? Like, I feel that if you've been here since the beginning, or relatively since the beginning, especially since I talked about cyber socialism, that we are on the same page, like that we hit that thing, like that it's a top to bottom kind of thing, and that these people will lose their hold on power. Like, Okay, we're here. We're back.
I listen to your podcast all the time, and you gave me courage to get out there and do it.
But there's more to this. The most potent visual is Elon Musk. Truly, no wonder this guy is, and has historically been, scared of AI. His whole foundation crumbles with it. Again, it's forcing us to contend with that artifice, superficiality of self. With Musk, there are a few elements at play here. Try not to over-psychologize the poor guy, but Musk seems to embody that heavy type of insecure narcissism. Someone who spent over $40 billion to buy a social media giant for the sake of it and human engagement at large. I'm sorry, but if you think Elon Musk bought Twitter for the sake of quote-unquote free speech, ironically paywalling said speech, you're actually kind of an idiot. Sorry. Surrounded by yes men who take up the worship structure around them, it's easy to see how affirmation reinforces business decisions. But not only business decisions, it also validates them.
It's the internet. The memes belong to the internet.
Yeah, exactly. It's the whole point of a meme.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the transmitting of pure information.
And typically you'll like the meme too that you'll post, and so people know where it's coming from.
Memes belong to people.
Yeah.
You create your own memes though, don't you?
I saw it create some memes.
Your meme king is strong.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's two main things here. AI threatens the material structure.
Narrator voice. His meme game is not strong. What up, Maggie? Bonjour, Maggie. Bonjour.
Of corporate business intellectuals, priests, if you will, whose job it is to strategize, think, and then externalize their knowledge through an organization. Play the pope of whatever business religion you're embedded in. AI potentially threatens that type of artificial value. And arguably most important, the real, core, raw human affirmation, the stroking of their egos in the role of executive corporate culture, the very reinforcement of their existence, hiding themselves from the traumatic core of the real, that Lacanian nothingness. This is why I think the biggest thing AI is a material threat to are those who benefit the most within postmodern service sector capitalism, the business strategist intellectuals of the world. I know we hear about AI through the lens of job loss, from people in IT, manufacturing processes, etc. I really don't see that anytime soon. But what I do see is the potential for the ideological supplanting of corporate culture. That, to more powerful parties involved, is much more scary. We gotta remember, these people are human. It's not all about profit incentive here. But in a material light, workers aren't out of the water yet. Me and you, most normal day-to-day people selling our labor power, will certainly experience newer threats to offload processes into cheaper avenues. But right now, those threats are nowhere near as severe as compared to gurus. Ironically, the people who won't shut the f*** up about how awesome ChatGPT is. The common story for the material end of capitalism.
Okay, so I'm not going to take that personal, right? Because I know he's not talking about, at least I hope that, like, and this is generally an issue that I have running around, on the internet and being a, left-wing person in a predominantly whatever kind of space AI is, that, yeah, there are a lot of people who, but man, fuck you.
Thus far is to follow production at all cost, create more, do more, and in the end, consume more. We've seen through the ages of technological growth, production has skyrocketed. Yet, besides America's mid-20th century and post-New Deal economics, we've seen virtually zero increase in take-home pay, nor a decrease in working hours. Now, that sucks in its own right, but what does this tell us? Well, it tells us that technology so far hasn't really negated the need for real human labor. Resources, whether they are human...
Okay, so again, this is the history argument and I feel that I have demonstrated that, again, on a long enough timeline and not that long in certain sectors, that is not a reliable argument to use. It's not good. Things are different this time. I'm sure that they said that every time, but I feel like I've demonstrated sufficiently why it is different this time with like evidence and stuff.
Human or computational will always be used. That's been the established pattern so far, and that's a strong pattern. AI may break that pattern at some point.
Thank you.
As it currently stands, business gurus are ironically in more trouble than skilled workers. Laborers, tradesmen, programmers, engineers, the like. It's here that the effect of AI in production that is a bit worrying. But the worry is really simple. It's that, well, AI, at its given moment, kind of really sucks at a lot of things. It harkens back to Fisher's concept of ontology and the state of the future in the Y2K era, which in
okay. Do we gotta reach for, was it the Einstein quote about fish being able to climb trees? It's like, people do this all the time. Well, it can't fucking play banjo, and ergo it's not intelligent. Bruh, you're killing me. Like, I am trying to be like, oh.
In his eyes, the infamous phrase, the future is dead. With neoliberalism laying the final nail in the coffin for art that could be simultaneously genuine and mainstream, there's a world where we may experience another 2000s-like decade, such as that, but from not only the advent of neoliberalism, but newer foundational artificial intelligence. So far, this video is likely different from what many would expect. The romanticized metaphysical dilemma of AI on some of the most questionable corners in YouTube. The point is that most of the things that AI is bringing forward isn't the romanticized notion of losing ourselves, or the state of corporate organizations being taken over by our new AI overlords. Sentient, suicidal, utilitarian computers hurling nukes across the world as to create an extinction event they deem morally necessary. Any genuine concern is much more subtle.
Okay, that was such a twisted statement. I don't even know where to begin. We've already covered it. We're going to move on, but you're killing me, boss. Don't make that face at me.
Which is ironically way more scary in the end. One such ex-researcher and engineer from Google highlights this dilemma with a clip discussing potential sentience with an AI.
Don't be that
I
guy.
say no. This
You're doing that
computer is not a person.
Every single goddamn time somebody brings out Blake, right? It's like, we're going to hear about the lawyer who used ChatGPT forever. We're going to hear about Blake forever. We're going to hear about that poor dude who himself, because he talked to a chatbot forever. We're going to hear about that lady who allegedly got the phone call from someone pretending to be your daughter, whatever, forever, right? Like, these are, if you are looking at a graph, these are outliers, but they are what people continue to hinge their conversations and arguments about. We're going to be hearing about the goddamn fingers and teeth forever.
And does not have feelings and is not conscious. How do you respond to that?
It's not a difference in scientific opinion.
It has to do with beliefs about the soul. It has to do with beliefs about rights and politics. As far as the science goes of what experiments to run and how to work at building a theoretical framework, because that's important, there is no scientific definition for any of these words. The philosopher John Searle calls it pre-theoretic. We need to do very basic foundational work to just figure out what we're talking about when we use these words.
Why does this matter? Why should we be talking about whether a robot has rights?
So to be honest, I don't think we should. I don't think that should be the focus. The fact is, Google is being dismissive of these concerns the exact same way they have been dismissive of every other ethical concern AI ethicists have raised. I don't think we need to be spending all of our time figuring out whether I'm right about it being a person. We need to start figuring out why Google doesn't care about AI ethics in any kind of meaningful way. Why?
That's a fair concern. That is a fair concern.
Why does it keep firing AI ethicists each time we bring up issues?
Everything within AI, whether that be development or around the human foundation, resides around things pre-theoretic. We're already contending with foundations nowhere near clear to us as we often think. This is ironically why abject fear around AI is rather ideological. It revolves around commodified culture in Hollywood, and most of all, around what we think of things like autonomy, individuality, and self. When those things are exposed or challenged, fear is often the most common denominator. I find a strange dichotomy within AI. We've discussed so far how AI posits a post-humanistic view of self and society. How what we view as human nature, what's artificial, what's real, universal, is nonsense when you delve deeper. What I find, though, even outside of fear or ideological panic around AI, could be seen as something within the vein of humanism. Ironic, right? Given we're talking about AI. But this fits. What we decide to do.
Someone in this stream consistently talks about how AI acts as a mirror. So, not ironic.
The things we have agency around is still seen within the humanist lens in regards to AI. This part is particularly fascinating to me, and I quite like. The best part of any response to AI, I think so far, is the concern about a diminishing of self. How AI could potentially negate a value of ourselves. If anything, in the best case, this type of concern around AI could instill a type of newer appreciation for our type of complicated.
What, that AI acts as a mirror? You don't like it? What's wrong with AI acts as a mirror? It acts as a mirror. And again, like, if it makes you feel better, you can caveat with the other thing about the model is wrong, but useful. If that helps. But right now you're banging away on the keyboard or you're typing with your thumbs. For the play. I really think that AI acts as a mirror, like that it tends to throw in stark contrast a lot of the things that we refuse to address about the human condition. Like, to give an example that we just did today is like where we're talking about things like AI misinformation. We haven't dealt with any of the information created by people, you know, that kind of thing. And I do understand, like, there can be issues with like succinct statements, you know, in order to like apply a broad brush to a variety of things. You know, so I can appreciate that, and there's definitely room within there for nuance, obviously. Well, yeah. Okay, so the first part, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree, right? I guess like there's an unspoken use of the word currently. AI currently acts as a mirror, and I feel that it does. I feel like I've demonstrated that. The second part, I think reinforces the reason that I use it, right? Because we are pretty shit, and we should figure out if that's what we want reflected. So I think we're fairly on the same page. You're always here, so you always hear me say it, and then you hear John Oliver say it.
Varied intelligence, the weird intricacy.
I look forward to the day where we can look back on that phrase and cringe, because that will mean that we are in a much better future. And in 3000 AD, when oldlobster.ai and globus.ai are ruminating about times gone past, we will look back at our childhood and cringe.
Of ourselves and how we approach art. Concern about that type of abandonment in AI doesn't seem to be rooted in cynicism like abject fear to me. This matters a ton in my eyes. AI must be about us. Our response, in a way, should be rooted in a type of humanism, looking at something that's human as sublime, unique, and within genuine appreciation. This brings me back to the concept of Marcuse's aesthetic dimension. Marcuse saw aesthetics as particularly emancipatory, by way of how we interact with it. This concept is detailed in a video I did on Eros and Civilization, but Marcuse saw the form in which we appreciate art as something we should share across relationships and humanity. When you look at a painting, a piece of art, you don't look at it for how it can serve you, how you can utilize said human resource. You look at it for what it is outside of its service to you, or to society, or to the state, the party, or an organization. You are you, and that's good enough. You are good enough. It's here that we can tunnel the best parts of AI and how we can integrate it to help our...
For real, chat. You are you, and you are good enough. And I mean that. I'm not being facetious. I'm not playing off that. I think it's an important thing that doesn't get said enough. Totally unrelated to AI, totally unrelated to the video. He just happened to bring it up, right? You are you, and you are enough. We were having a moment, dude.
Our subjective flourishing, our weird, varied humanity. We've seen numerous goals within AI that seeks to transcend humanity, that seeks to go beyond us, our measly selves. But I don't think there's anything to overcome amidst humanity. Nonetheless, our intricacies, any flaws, anything of the like, anything that deems humanity outside the scope of humanity that's transcendental is one rooted in ideology.
And there's been this on God, no cap, for real. David Shapiro did this in his video about the psychology of the AI overlord, and he's doing it now too. That people who make this argument tend to view like I'm strongly transhumanist, but not because like I'm, escaping from something or I hate something about myself, right? Like I would like to be able, for instance, I would like to be able to fly like a bird, right? There's nothing, I don't hate myself for lacking the ability to fly. I just think it would be awesome. And this is the kind of transhumanism that I am about. It's like, I don't hate myself for being able to extract oxygen from seawater. I just think it would be awesome if I could dive down into the depths and stay underwater for like, a couple few hours and swim with the fishes, right? Let's carve out a space for positive transhumanism that's separate from what people seem to think a lot, or what these people have been talking about related to transhumanism.
The philosophy of AI is precisely that there is no philosophy. It's an embedded, absurd...
You made a half-hour video. That's awesome. That's awesome. Dangerous, but awesome.
Deterministic thing we are dealing with. It's fear and nothingness. Infinity that AI forces us to contend with. Things we've hardly yet to make sense of. Thank you guys for watching.
Okay. Like I'll give Zach that one. That was like, it was a roller coaster. But we got there. Yeah. Okay. It's 9:00. I'm hungry. So we're gonna call it. We'll get back to videos on Wednesday. Still waiting currently to hear back from No Gray regarding our conversation with an actual philosopher. There's also another person that I'm attempting to set up a conversation with that should be interesting. And this Friday, we already have set up the conversation with Abinadov. That should be awesome as well. Make sure, if you normally show up late, that conversation is going to start at around 5:30. So you want to be in here. Yo, is that Crix, the same Crix I see around on Twitch? Or however you would pronounce that. That would be cool. I am logging off. Why? What did you want, Professor Q? Is there something you need, something you desire, something I could do for you? 5:30 Eastern Time. You caught your first AI plagiarist. Oh, like for one of your students or something like that, or like out in the wild? One of your students. Yeah, well, like, yeah. That, Mr. Anderson, is the sound of inevitability. Yeah, it was the first thing I thought of too. It's like, why does this student who normally turns in papers at a 9th grade reading level, turning in like philosophical, like, yeah, I'm burnt. I can't even form complete sentences. I just posted huge papers and suddenly it was very, exactly. People don't understand. Confession, right? I was a smart kid in school, so I would take the test for social studies class. I would write the answers down on a piece of paper. I would give them to this other dude, and that other dude would use my test answers to pass the test. And intentionally would get some wrong so that he didn't, like go off the normal thing. This is what kids apparently don't understand, is like, you put together this ChatGPT thing, you really need to dial it into your own parameters. Like, maybe you should take some of the things that you have written, put them into the PDF reader, and then ask ChatGPT to write you a essay based on the previous style that you just inserted. That's a free one, kids. That's a free one. Just use the ChatGPT responsibly to cheat. Don't use it like, don't aim too high. Icarus taught us that, right? A variation, but the assignment asks for a paragraph at best. It's a discussion post turned in like well-crafted. Yeah. You gotta stay within your own parameters. All right. By acknowledging the similarities and differences between the deaths of despair epidemic and drug overdoses in urban environments, we can develop more nuanced and targeted interventions that address the specific challenges faced by each community. All right, homies, we are going to raid Levelhead because I talked about him. And I feel like if I talk about you, I'll probably raid you. Yeah, looks like he's doing his reporting bit. So this should be a good time. Nice transition. I appreciate you all. I will be back Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. And by the way, what up, Phenomenauticus? Brain broke. 4 hours max, right? It's always my pleasure. Thank you all for showing up. Yeah, I gotta go eat something. So, drink your water, eat your food, take your meds if you forgot. Shaggy loves you. So do I. I'll see you Wednesday.